It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around my favorite movie. Time God. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
Ooh, hopefully you guys can hear me. What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Early live show this week. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. And joining me today is the hunky, the Hughezy himself. How are you, my good friend, today, Hughezy? How are you doing?
Quite brilliant, and you wouldn't think I'm hunky if you could smell this room right now. I've been eating a lot of Italian food today, and I need to crack a window.
Less hunky, more funky, huh?
Oh, fuck yes. Speaking of which, I caught some of SmackDown last night.
What'd you think?
Well, I got to see up until the women's four-way match, and there's no way that Jade Cargill accidentally keeps doing moves where she's putting her arse in people's faces. She's been told to do that, and I love it. God bless it.
Yeah. Was that SmackDown or was that your dream last night, Hughezy?
Something is being smacked. Don't worry.
Yeah, SmackDown for sure. You were smacking up or down or maybe side to side. I don't know.
Yeah, and I said, say hello, Jade, if you're watching. Yes.
Yeah. Well, guys, welcome to PWT Live Show. I'm here with Hughezy. He's in Ireland. There's Canadian ice hockey going on tonight, Hughezy. I don't know if you're into that. The Edmonton Oilers are trying to get another win, and I need to watch that as well. There's no big wrestling shows. Collision happened on Wednesday instead of this Saturday. They just added 2 hours onto the last Dynamite. So I was like, hell, we're going to do an early one. We have Hughezy for about like 45 minutes here, chat. So we're just going to get right into it. I told you guys before, Hughezy hit me up and he's like, Phil, I need to come back on the show because these fucking sickos are, I don't know, I do a terrible Hughezy accent.
Allegedly.
You guys know what I'm getting at. So this is a very special, and to kick off the show, a very impromptu Sicko segment. So Hughezy, man, I got some stuff we can react to, but first, like, what did you have to say? You can see Sicko Tony Khan here, looking through a window, or whoever made this. I don't know who made this GIF. I love it, but you were wanting to cut a promo. What did you need to get off your chest lately about the AEW sycophants?
Yeah, so the last time I was on, we mentioned about how when Conan's mum passed away in 2020,
right?
It was literally minutes. The YouTube was being trolled by AEW fans saying, "Oh, if you'd have spent more time with her instead of hitting on AEW, you wouldn't be in this position," and all that sort of shit. But as soon as we got off, it reminded me of the worst example I've ever heard. There was a guy. There was a Keeping 100 subscriber who used to go by his real name on YouTube, and he was pretty funny, and he was clearly trolling AEW fans, and he would leave these jokes about Dynamite sucked and all this stuff or whatever. And then right out of the blue, he vanished. And I thought, oh, that's weird. He used to be here like within minutes of every new upload. And he followed me on Instagram way before, and I DM'd him and I said, "Hey, what's up? I've seen you tweet and leave a message in ages. Did you get your account shut down?" And he said, "No, I had to change my account name to an alias." He said, because AEW fans, right, because he used his real name, found his social media, discovered the fact that he had what's the correct way to say this? A child with special needs. Say that. So
did anyone offended by that? Okay, we're good.
So they trolled his comments making fun of his son. Then they somehow discovered that his son went to a special school, and these AEW fans messaged the school saying that he was sexually molesting his son.
Oh my God. And this is over, chat. Just reminder, this is over comments in K100's YouTube channel making fun of AEW.
Yeah, that to them was the equivalent of, okay, let's get him arrested for SA of a special needs kid, just because he thought that the Young Bucks were doing the same shit all the time. And this is why it's such a delight to... I know it sounds so dumb. Like, I don't want AEW to shut down, but I love to see AEW fans having a tough time. They're fucking scumbags.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely fucked, man. Yeah, it's just been getting... I've been saying it on my show, too, recently. Like, it's been getting deep and dark out there for some of them. Like, they're getting so desperate now. And then there's like this side culture on X is spurning off of it, where all of these like people who were once friends, like a bunch of them used to be friends, but now they're all like doxing each other over wrestling opinions. It's not really over wrestling and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually the fact they're all mentally ill. You know what I'm getting at, Hughezy?
No, it's so ridiculous, and it just shows you how, like, I've seen people online, like, if you're not white and you happen to have a disagreement with an account that's called Elbow Drop King, then you're going to get racist abuse suddenly from 7 different accounts that have been set up within the last 24 hours. I think that, and we get a great email in the Keeping 100 this week about the rise in the women hating within the fans.
Yeah.
Like,
because they're angry dudes who don't get laid and shit. That's what it is. Like, it used to be a joke, but now it's for real.
Yeah. I remember when, what's her name? Maxine Dupree. When she revealed on social media that her boyfriend or fiance or whatever was a black guy.
Yeah, he's that dude on LFG, for those of you who don't know. I forget his name now, but yeah, he was on that reality show, WWE LFG.
Yeah, I think his name is Lucky Cunt. And I remember, like, it was almost overnight when you see her social media, how she was getting, you fucking, you know what, lover, you're a piece of shit. Why don't you just move to the hood and all this stuff? It's like, because she married a big fucking muscular guy. Hey,
Yeah, dude.
so you're telling me that if tomorrow, if Bianca Belair called me and said, hey, do you want to move in together? I'm going to go, I don't know. See, people on Instagram might get annoyed instead of getting her by the arse and going in the polite way, you know.
Oh man, no, you're absolutely right, dude. And yeah, it's been pretty weird out there lately, and I'm glad you bring that story. I've seen those comments though where people talk shit about like Conan and his kidney dialysis. I'm not even sure exactly the ins and outs, but I know he's had like health issues and stuff, right? And I've seen even comments going at him. We got a new one, Hughezy. Ready? This is from the Worlds Collide show. I love
Can I just say something, Gordy? It's like, well, yes, Conan, you're on commentary.
I love how he kept healing on Graves though too, where he'd be like putting over the event, and he's like, but you'd be like a thief too, man. And then Graves is like, you just met me. Still,
Yeah.
I know you own.
No, literally, the first time I ever met Conan, spoke to him, he called me a motherfucker.
Yeah.
And it's like that was the first time we'd ever spoke ever. He goes, listen, motherfucker, I just want to say that the stuff is good. And you're like, what?
Yeah. Oh, man. It's good shit. Well, Hughezy, I got some more examples of some sickos here, man. Isla Dawn posted just some fake accounts. So someone's pretending to be her. You guys see this more and more. It's always happened, but there's like more and more now than ever scams going on where people are pretending to be wrestlers, fake wrestler accounts. Hey, we covered one where Jacob Fatu hit someone up and was like, hey man, can I borrow $500? I need to pull one off on Solo. I need to get Solo back for SmackDown. And like, this dude is dead serious trying to fucking rob someone. So yeah, here's a fake Isla Dawn trying to sell merchandise and the real Isla Dawn. And again, this would be Isla Dawn is a good one to try and, well, I wouldn't do this, but I'm just saying if you're a skeevy little fuck, this might be a good one to try and parody because she won't blue check and she also has like deleted and then brought her social media back. So if someone spoofed it, I mean, it'd be easy to trick people, you know?
But this is the problem, is that the fans have gotten so unbelievably marky and dumb, and they're getting worse. Where I always say that incels are the new COVID, and there is no vaccine for incel.
Yeah.
And nothing is learned from it. Like, we're seeing the way people talk about what's the fucking Roxanne Perez.
Yeah. Oh, right. So I have an update on that, actually. Good transition. So what are your thoughts on that? Because something scary happened last night again. For those of you who don't know, someone made a @is Roxanne dead yet handle or whatever in Minecraft, guys, or whatever, right? But for real. And he's just posting all this stalkerish shit. And then last night, a picture from outside a window and Roxanne doing something in a kitchen was posted, and from that account that's still not banned, and the guy said home alone tonight and tagged her in it, and then she put this out saying, this is not me in the photo, I'm safe, thank you. Hughezy, what are your thoughts on that?
But see, this is, I'm going to get woke here, but without going into too much detail, because I know we're live on YouTube, but if you've heard about all the riots that have been going on over here.
Sure. In Ireland.
Yeah. We're living in these crazy times where people just hate women.
Yep.
And like, I honestly think that we're going to hear about some type of an attack on a woman in wrestling before the end of the year. Like, there are people out there who legitimately hate Brit Baker, who they've never met.
Yep.
You know, and they go, oh, she ruined Adam Cole's career. It's like, so?
Yeah.
Like how does that? Did she do anything to your career?
Yeah, and
Or
like
just-
I know it's great. And then there's other people who like, you know, spread crazy rumors about her, who like jumped on podcasts and spread like crazy rumors about her.
Yeah,
And yeah, I mean, I'm not going to name names. You can if you want, but it's like, you know who I'm
Billy
talking about.
Buddy.
Sure, and others, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's other folks out there, you know, Brad Shepard and shit. They floated crazy rumors out there about her, and then everyone ran with them. And then even Body, after a while, was like, you know, I seen them in a hotel together. I really don't think that they're like that. You know, like even he had to fucking bring it back. And then you got Ibu and all these guys running with it. Anyways.
Yeah, but that being said, if she did cheat on Adam Cole, can you blame her? Like he's not exactly fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like he's a weedy, skinny little man. Like yeah, it did happen with somebody else, but anywho, yeah. But the thing about this, like the Roxanne Perez stuff is mental. Like this guy is clearly a loser. But this is what happens whenever a woman wrestler confirms that she's dating a guy on social media, and shockingly, it's like a younger, handsome, in shape guy who's like tall and got a decent job. Instead of, oh no, why didn't Roxanne Perez and Liv Morgan and Jade Cargill all date some big fat fucking nerd who's in his mid 40s, still lives at home, is bald, has no job, lives off pocket money, stays up playing fucking, I don't know, with his cock all night watching DVDs. So, no, or maybe they'll go out with a normal person. Oh, fuck her, they're all hers, they're all sluts. It's like no, you're the problem, not them.
Yes.
And do you know how bad it's got that I'm now becoming a feminist? I was the most sexist person in the world up until about 5 days ago, and now I'm woke.
But you're right though, man. Like you're really onto something. And for instance, like I come on the show and I tell people, I'm like, man, don't simp, you know, like don't fucking be out there, you know, if these wrestlers are like, you guys are fucking creeps, buy my OnlyFans, you know, like don't do it, man. Don't succumb to it. Be strong.
Yeah.
You know, I promote that, but at the same time, I agree fully with what you're saying. There's these people who take it to like a what do they call it, the manosphere and all this shit, which is fine. I mean, I'm sure there's some good messaging in there. I mean, there's good messaging on this show, and I'm a retard and I'm a dumb fuck, right? I just make jokes about pro wrestling. I'm sure you can extrapolate some positive from this, but all I'm saying is that like you know, there's people who take it to an extreme, and you're right, there is a big you know, just this whole like fuck women thing. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Hughezy. I'm right there with you. And I wouldn't be shocked. Like after Sonya Deville, unfortunately, we can't sit there and pretend like these people won't take it to the next level. We can't pretend this Roxanne account won't take it to that level, Hughezy, after Sonya Deville. So it's worrisome.
This is the thing. The whole fact that Sonya Deville is still alive is based on the fact that she's a light sleeper and heard someone in the house.
Exactly. That's all it is, dude. It's that she was like, wait, is someone in my house? And her fucking instinct was right, dude. Think about how many times you think that in like a week, you know? Sometimes when you're up at night editing and you hear a noise, you're like, well, what the fuck was that? You go look. It's just because she was asleep. She could have been murdered right then. Like craziness.
Yeah, and apparently what the guy said about Sonya Deville, I'll not say the word because we're on YouTube, that he was going to and keep her, was his quote. That was his plan. God. And what's the blonde whore that was in the house with her that night? Mandy.
Mandy Rose or Liv Morgan, yeah. One of the two.
Yeah, Mandy Pussy Fister or something like that.
Oh my god!
But this is the thing that I hate to explain.
Yeah, Hughezy, let's for sure watch our words for YouTube, huh? Let's go.
But I think this is the problem that these fans need to understand is it's a business. Wrestlers will do everything they can do to make as much money from you as possible. Right. If they set up an OnlyFans, it's because they know you're going to pay for it, and they will make thousands from you. They'll know you'll buy their t-shirts or their subscribe to fucking Instagram or whatever it is it's called. They just want your money. They're not your friend, and that's one of the complaints that I have about Keep Them 100 with their Patreon fans. They email in the show like it's a text conversation. What's your favorite type of chocolate? It's like you shouldn't give a fuck. If that's interesting to you, something went wrong in your life. Incel.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I try and email back or respond back to as many people as I can when I can. But yeah, sometimes even I'll open my DMs and it's like, God damn, there's a lot of people reaching out with shit. You have to be selective sometimes. So I can't even imagine, how that goes. And of course, like, you want to have that relationship there, but when you're at the scale, people got to understand when you're at the scale of like a Conan, he's getting like fucking so many messages. There's no way he could keep up with them, and YouTube comments. That's what Hughezy's for, right? He's over there.
I always say to people that the best way to really contact someone is via YouTube. Because, like, for me, that's that, because it helps us in the long run, and it's free for the fan, and it helps us. Like, there's a Discord made for Keep Them 100, and then I'm like, why? Like, why would you have all these people bringing their text conversations elsewhere?
Get in our PWT Discord. Get in the PWT Discord, by the way.
Or get in the comment section. And have all these hundreds of people talking in a monetized video. It's just like the getting back to the woman stuff. It's getting intense. Like, you're seeing that. I seen a guy say that. Well, of course, I'll not say the word that. What was it? Maxine Dupree apparently has said that when she leaves, probably she's going to start like a fashion label brand or a makeup brand.
Yeah.
And because she said that, instead of saying, "Oh, I'm going to wrestle right into my late 50s and I'm going to take bumps off ladders on house shows and shit like that," apparently they said she needs to be gang and it filmed it and put it on camera.
Who said this? Like a bunch of wackos?
Yeah, apparently she gets trolled all the time with this type of shit. Like, pro wrestling fan can be really funny, but there's too many of them that are fucking insane.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's insane. See, there's wackos too. That's why I retitled the segment. It is the Sicko segment, but the folder's called Sickos and Wackos now, because I'm like, dude, some of these WWE fans, like, I have one up, I start saying, hey, this Seth Rollins faction is fucked, and people go nuts. Or I say, like, hey, the fucking women's division's fucked. People go nuts. Wackos have been going nuts lately too, and you're starting to see it. Or like anybody who leaves WWE now, and then they drop like a vignette. Like, I saw Gigi Dolan dropped her vignette of like, "Oh, I'm gonna be a free agent soon, and I lost myself, but I've refound I'm Priscilla Kelly," or whatever. And then people are under the comments like, "Oh, now you're all just failed actors now. I love how you guys leave WWE and you think you can blah, blah, blah." And it's just like, man, you guys really, like, now you're becoming the sickos. Don't do that,
Yeah, but that's the thing. I do think that the AEW fan base is worse, but there's too many people act like, oh, then WWE means you're cool. It's like, no, I will say that WWE, in the world of wrestling marks, the level-headed ones like WWE, but that doesn't mean that everybody who likes WWE is like a totally cool guy. I'm wearing a Corey Feldman shirt, by the way.
Nice. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, totally cool guy. Corey's Angels. Is he still doing that?
Oh my God. I don't think he could do Corey's angles these days. He's unsuccessful.
Oh shit, man, that's amazing. Okay, so I'm curious what you think about this. Speaking of sickos, if you remember when Nick Gage had that death match with Jericho, and he pizza cuttered him at the same time as a Domino's commercial was playing, picture in picture, and apparently Domino's was like, "What the fuck?" So this dude is like, Papa John's officially became the replacement pizza place for Domino during AEW's ad time. Like, as a fan, why do you give a fuck about that?
Yeah, like it's Exactly. It's like, so your brag is that yeah, like, so now there's pizza wars going on.
That's what I mean, dude. Where's Luigi Primo? Get that fucking guy who flips pizzas on the indies in here.
Yeah, well, where's all those domino drones? We're Papa John guys for life.
Well, you know what? You know what? Actually, Pizza Hut's taking over. Is the second the challenger brand. They're the Harvey Weinstein of pizza, Hughezy.
Domino's isn't even real pizza. It's staged American style, okay?
Jesus Christ. I don't get the point of this at all. So we have a gentleman here, Suit Williams here, okay? And he, again, there's this artificial fake narrative going on in the IWC right now where AEW's got momentum and WWE's cooling off. Meanwhile, like Raw, that last Raw was incredible. SmackDown was pretty good too. That crowd was really flat. There's a couple things I could pick apart there, which I'll do later. But, you know, the momentum seems as though like WWE's AAA show outdrew tickets wise and viewers wise Double or Nothing, for instance. Like, and Double or Nothing's supposed to be their SummerSlam. So in no way is the tide turning. But we got motherfuckers like this saying, this feels like a day where you can feel the tide turning. Maybe it doesn't stick, but the momentum between the two promotions feels night and day right now. So,
yeah,
night and day, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
My advice would be change the S with a C and change the I with an N. You get my exact opinions of Suit Williams. Call back.
Oh, my God. Man, I think it's night and day, but not the way he thinks, you know, the opposite than what he thinks.
Yeah, when you look at this past week alone for AEW, they had David Zaslav, whatever it's pronounced, come out and flat out state that AEW on Max was not doing well.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, you had Lance Archer at that MMA show, which apparently Tony Khan is furious about, that he didn't know it was going to be literally filmed and all that shit.
Yeah.
Like, flat out saying, go ask for the free ticket. Like, I heard that the problem they're having is that for a stadium show, you need to sell at least 50% to be able to cover up production-wise. Right. They haven't sold 50% for the show. So how the fuck are they going to? I'm actually interested to see how they film the show.
Right,
they moved nobody gives a shit.
Right, they moved the setup around a couple times. So someone pointed out as well, like, "Hey, I bought these tickets, and then now you fucking moved where I'm sitting back 3 rows because you had to bring it in or whatever." And yeah, I've heard that people who work for the venue or like people who work around the area, they're all getting like, here's 4 tickets free, here's 5 tickets free, here's, you know. So yeah, like, they're just trying to get people to hand them out hand over fist. And unfortunately, yeah, we played that video on the show, Hughezy, and then you messaged me saying, yo, Tony Khan's pissed about that video getting out too, and I fear there might be more like leading the closer we get to the show, you know.
Yeah, and I watched the AAA show. I thought it was great. I thought that Money in the Bank was excellent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought that Raw was fucking unbelievable. It was like, so reminded me of an old school Raw. Which Conan said this on the show, so this isn't like an allegedly. Okay. Undertaker produced, or was one of the producers of Money in the Bank, and I would assume Raw. So that's possibly why we're starting to see stuff like, I don't know, big matches being set up, future storylines being teased, all the shit that made a couple of years ago, you know, really must-see TV again.
Right. And so you had DM'd me that. So for those of you listening, chat, you know, Hughezy had told me that a little bit ago, I think like the other day, you know, Undertaker produced this and that. And then I'm sitting there thinking, oh, that's why Jasper Troy got that in NXT, right? That was Undertaker's guy in LFG. on that reality show. And that Jasper Troy guy got a shot at Obafemi too, Hughezy, right away on NXT for the title. He lost, but he had a great showing. And I'm like, shit, that's got to be Taker's influence, you know? And so you're telling me that he's producing Raws and shit now? I love it, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, even regardless of what you think about Undertaker, he was always part of really elaborate, and like there was always something that happened in an Undertaker match where, or a segment. There was always like a twist or a big moment that led to the next thing,
Right.
which should be happening for everyone. And I don't mean everybody has like a Hell in a Cell ladder match thing, but every segment should have something happen, because wrestling's not real. It's like a TV show. It's like a film. You need each scene to have like a twist that then says, "Oh fuck, I can't wait to see the sequel to find out what happens to Jack Reacher or whatever." The Jack Reacher season 3 was the greatest thing of TV I've seen in decades. I'm old, so and because every episode there was a shock, then there was a twist, then there was a cliffhanger, and you go, "Fuck, I need to see this again." And that's what was happening on Raw, where all this shit was being teased and set up, and shocking twists was like, okay, I'm in. And I've got to say, the way they've been able to get Punk into the Saudi thing was actually kind of genius.
Right, they're working the shoots, man. They worked the R-Truth shoot into like a shoot work, and now they're working the CM Punk I'll never go to Saudi into a shoot work. And again, I knew he was going to Saudi, dude. That money talks, right?
There's no, that's what I always say, like the big, like if you look at the World Cup about 3 years ago, it took place in Qatar, and they had said no women are allowed over here, no gays are allowed to come here. And all the woke fucking FIFA people who for decades had been preaching women's rights and equality just went silent.
Yeah.
And they're like, nope, it's their culture. If that's the way they want to do it, then we have to respect their ways. And it's like yes, because money talks. Like we like, if I said to you right now, quit this show and do a show just about fucking old iPods, you'd be like, no, okay, we'll give you $7 million a year. Okay, I'll do 3 episodes a week.
Yeah, exactly. How many times you want me to? How do you want me to dress? What do you want me to wear?
Yeah, and that's the thing. CM Punk isn't going to be wrestling forever. When CM Punk retires, wrestling will continue on. So he's going to make everything he can while he can. And why not get the Saudi money? Like, I fucking would.
Yeah, man. And you know what they say, Hugh?
Wrestling's not fake!
It's all it's all real, man. It's all real. You know? No one's getting worked ever.
And that being said, I'm particularly excited about the Saudi show because it's on at the evening time over here. So I'll actually get to watch it and not have to stay up late or avoid spoilers and shit.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, we should I'm gonna go live for it, so you should come on my stream and we should hang out and watch that show if you're down. Unless you don't want to.
I would come on after, because I know you're dying to hear me say this again, but I've got a home cinema set up.
Okay.
Yes, I have a 9 foot wide by 7 feet tall home cinema in my double garage because I can't drive. And I have it set up with surround sound and a big recliner chair, and I sit there and I watch films and TV and boxing and pro wrestling and hopefully football soon, or soccer, I should say, and get really drunk in my house and run into the house and take a shit or whack off. Maybe both at the same time. Who knows?
Okay, well, here's the thing. This is what's going to happen then. After the show's done, and you can come on shit-faced, and I'll be shit-faced, and we will review it and then do like a Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week with the chat after the show's done, and then we'll get Hughezy's thoughts, and then we'll make fun of Dave or something if you're down.
Can you put up this J-Log comment here?
Which one is it? So indecency should be encouraged, whether business-wise or society-wise, so money over life. Got it. Yeah, here's one thing. But before you jump in, though, like, I hate how people take shit to just extremes. Like, there's no nuances. We couldn't have a long discussion about this like we were just having. Dude, you don't have to be so extreme about it. But sorry, Hughezy, what are you saying?
But this is the type of person that if a homeless person begged for money, they'd like, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Why shouldn't people want to make money? Like, that's what we all do. And especially these days, we're getting taxed out the arse.
Right. And what you said before, too, people like, well, it's just their culture and stuff. But it is that. Like, we've talked about it on this show, too, right? Like, Kenny Omega got mad at Rossi Ogawa because he, quote unquote, fat shamed one of the wrestlers. But it's like, no, in Japanese culture, that's what they do. There's no such thing as fat shaming. That's just like what they do, man. There's like laws. You look into this shit. Just type that into Grok and look at the difference. Type in differences between fat shaming in Japan and America or whatever. So it's like we get triggered by different shit. So it's like, what's indecent about going to Saudi other than what? Like Punk's a hypocrite? We're all hypocrites, you know? We all, humans are naturally hypocritical, bro, because you change. If you don't change as a person, you're losing, you know, you're losing at life. So that's my take on it, you know.
I think it's not like Punk's going over there to press gay people or beat women. He's going over there to wrestle a fucking match.
Exactly. We're doing an intergender match, pal. Yeah,
the only way to win this match is by taking away a woman's rights.
Yeah, tell her she can't drive.
Yeah, and then Punk will probably be on the plane literally within 7 minutes of the match ending, and it wouldn't even shock me if Punk versus Cena opened the card.
That's what I'm saying too. He's gonna show up and be gone before anything. Like, you know, there'll be no shot. It's not like he's gonna sit there and shake hands and do the whole. I highly doubt it, you know. But they got Sami Zayn over there. They got Cena over there. They both said they weren't going to go, and they ended up going, man. So speaking of, you know, people being outraged and all that, Ryan Satin. Are you familiar with Ryan Satin?
Yeah, he's a complete wanker.
So he had this to say. I've loved WWE my whole life. And I think this is in response to Triple H meeting up with RFK. Triple H. I don't even know. I don't have a good RFK yet. I'll work on it. But Triple H, I guess, met up with RFK.
There's nothing more better than he fucking talks like Ken.
CT's real. I know, Hunter. I can't do it yet. We'll get it down though. But
if you don't, he's like, if you don't eat healthier, I'll set myself on fire.
Yeah. Eat healthier. You'll sound like me.
Yeah. Live a life of luxury in a fun way. You'll get the Cheryl from Curb Your Enthusiasm too.
No more gummy bears except on Sundays. If you finish your dinner. I've loved WWE my whole life, but I'm having a real trouble now seeing how openly Triple H's WWE supports fascism. Money from my own pocket helped give that family this place of privilege, and it leaves a sick taste in my mouth as I see soldiers on the streets of LA because of Trump.
Okay.
Well,
that's what Trump said. He said, yeah, let's go hang about in the street for no reason at all.
That's good.
Just take your machine guns, walk around, hang around the streets, everything will be okay.
Oh my God.
You forgot the other half of the story, you stupid fucking cunt. But the thing about it's not like Triple H has specifically said vote for Trump. He's gone to speak to the guy who's in charge of keeping children healthy, such as dieting and exercising. And if more kids did that, we wouldn't have so many fucking incels in the world.
So true, dude.
Yeah. Triple H is trying to protect women by saying, okay, no more fat bastards. We want you to watch our show, but you're a fat nerd. Go get a good build, put on a nice t-shirt, and go out to a bar and meet a lady with the big tits and a good hefty fart box.
Yeah, and people were like getting mad. They're like, "Oh my God, Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins and Tiffany Stratton and Cody Rhodes went and saw the soldiers at a MAGA rally." And it's like, man, who gives a fuck? I'm so tired of you dumb fucks even caring about this shit. Shut the fuck up. He's the president of the United States, okay? That means more people voted for him than fucking didn't. Shut up. And who cares if they support him? And none of you are crying about AEW. Not to do the whataboutism, but their family and the Bucks and all those guys support Trump too. So cry about them as well. This is why people are getting tired of the media and call them fucking shills. It's like, bro, there's no way you don't keep the same energy both ways. Most rich people support Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Even the ones who pretend they don't.
Yeah, when you're like what's the term they use for wrestlers, contracted player or something?
Sure. What do you mean? Sorry, what are you getting at?
Well, basically, the wrestlers want to pay as little tax as possible. Therefore,
they're independent contractors, bro. They want to pay as little. They're responsible for their taxes. They don't get. Most people go to a job, their taxes get taken off. They're responsible for doing that themselves. They want to. When you're an independent contractor as well, you get fucking. I know. I go through this. You should have seen my fucking taxes last year. It's crazy what I owed at the end of the year. And it's like, luckily I'm in Canada though, and they don't fucking imprison you like in America when you know. But yeah, sorry, Hughezy, to your greater point, they want to pay less taxes as little as possible. You know, who doesn't? Who fucking doesn't?
Yeah, like I don't know if you ever heard the famous thing that Mick Foley, because of Barack Obama, and Mick Foley's like one of the most wokiest Democrats ever.
Right.
He lost a fortune because of the type of tax that Obama put on rich people.
Yeah.
So Foley was like, what the fuck? I was supposed to be retired and sit around with my pain in the arse kids. Instead, he had to start working full time. Well, not full time, but he had to start wrestling again because they were taking your money away. So this guy, right, like pretty much every wrestler is socially a Republican. They may not agree with every fucking like sort of all the real negative points. Like I'm pretty sure
nobody will agree. Hughezy, I don't mean to interrupt, but nobody will agree with everybody 100%. So you have to get that out of your fucking head. If you think any politician on either side, you're going to agree 1-to-1, 100% everything. If you think that's realistic, you're fucking stupid. I'm sorry. There's no way. And to hate someone for voting because they might disagree on a couple major things is the dumbest fucking thing in the world, I think personally. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I totally agree. Like I would admit that if I was American, I would have voted for Trump. But then at the same time, some of the shit that he says about what's the term? Like local setting up local factories and do like it's like, but you don't have the workers for it, so that's a silly thing. But anyway, basically, I agree with what you said. Satin trying to label the entire company just because Triple H doesn't want kids eating ice cream is fucking stupid.
It is very much stupid. And Hughezy, I know you got to get out of here. Speaking of stupid, I got one quick last sicko for you. This guy says Jey Uso is the most forced wrestler to get pushed to the main event scene since Big Dog Roman. And then Tom Pestock, a.k.a. Bishop Dyer, f.k.a. Baron Corbin, pipes in and says, what the fuck are you talking about? He got over as organic as you can. Every crowd goes nuts when his music hits. No insane moves needed. True definition of being over. Music equals pop. Exactly. That's what pro wrestling is. Do as little as you can, Jack. Do as little as you can, dude. Don't even touch me. It's light as a feather, Rogan. What do you think, Hughezy, about Bishop, Dyer, Baron Corbin clapping back at Sickos and keeping it real, like keeping it down the line when people hate on AEW for dumb shit they don't understand, and then when people hate on fucking someone like Jey Uso, he's like the modern John Cena as far as he got over by doing the most minimal shit possible, right? I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I love the way people go, oh, why would WWE push him as a solo star? And it's like, oh, I don't know, because he fucking headlined WrestleMania. Like WrestleMania 39, the Usos main evented the fucking thing with
Zayn and Owens.
Yeah. I forgot their name there for a second. Like, so he was already a WrestleMania main eventer that sold a shitload of merchandise as a heel. It's like, okay, then make him a solo star and push him. And he made shitloads of money for himself and the company. Why the fuck would you not push Jey Uso? I'd push all the fucking Samoans. They're all fucking merchandise machines.
Yeah, well, Hikuleo showed up before SmackDown in a dark match too, and we were talking about he's got to come down the line, and he was dressed in his big brothers, Tama Tonga and Tongaloa. He was dressed in their same type of gear. I'm sure you saw it on social media. So he's there and likely part of that faction to align with Solo, the Tongans, and then who knows? They battle Jacob Fatu. You had some fantasy mark booking about that as well.
Yeah, and although I've got a PTSD because I finally started playing the career mode on 2K25, and I was doing great, and my first loss was to the GOAT, Tongaloa.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, Tongaloa.
But I love these fucking fans that go, oh, Jey Uso's push was so forced. It's like, hey, kids, I gotta tell you, it's fake. Every push is forced.
Wrestling's not fake!
If wrestling was real, Hulk Hogan would never have got past the mid card because he's a pussy.
And I'd have a 10-inch penis, dude.
Yeah. Hey, brother, where's my sexy daughter? I want to put on her cream. Nothing wrong with that, brother. But the thing, yeah, so these fans have to get out of it. This push is so unnatural. This is not real. This is not all this stuff. I thought Jey Uso did fucking great.
Yep. And what do you make of him losing the title to Gunther? Do you believe the sheets? Have you heard anything allegedly that like it's because they're doing Gunther Goldberg?
No, well, they wouldn't shock me if they did that because they seemed to tease it on way last year.
Yeah,
I'm just worried for Gunther because I if I was him, I would say, listen, I'll do this Goldberg match. I'm not doing any jackhammer spots because we've seen here's the problem. As you get older, you lose natural strength, and Goldberg's whole gimmick is that he's a power moves guy. Right. So like, and we've seen like the Undertaker match and the Bray Wyatt match, and this was fucking years ago, where he could barely lift them up. So now all these years later, we're supposed to like I would refuse to take the fucking suplex thing, the jackhammer.
Yeah. I think he should have come back to wrestle AJ Styles or Logan Paul. I think those should have been his opponents there, in my opinion, because they'd be able to sell for him like $1 million, you know?
My pick, honestly, would have been somebody like The Miz.
Yeah.
Because the Miz is a great heel, and he can recover from losing, and Goldberg could, you know, and it would be short, and what's his name? Miz would be like great at getting heel hate on him so that people would actually cheer Goldberg. I'm convinced that if they do Goldberg versus Gunther, Goldberg will get booed because young fans don't give a shit who Goldberg is. Older fans know a lot about his behind the scenes dickheadery.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is exactly the response that they're hoping for. And I think, again, it all comes back to he was in talks with AEW and he was brought back WWE just so that they couldn't have him, which I think was a mistake. They should let him go to AEW.
Goldberg, you think he should have went and got a big bag there and just did like a one-off at an All-In or something?
Absolutely. Like Tony Khan himself has even said that he wanted Goldberg in from the start.
Yeah.
So I would have let him go. I think that basically it's got to the point now where WWE is like, we know we can get you. We know that if we get you, we can make you a star. But we also know that if we don't get you, it's not going to hurt us. Like, one more thing I'm just going to say before I go.
For
the
sure.
Abaddon stuff.
Talk a bit about that, because you were telling me, I know Conan on K100 was saying, talking about Abaddon, and I sort of like paraphrased it to chat, but I was like, look, man, Tegan Knox, because we covered it, Tegan Knox is struggling to get bookings, and Abaddon is, Conan's like, she'll be lucky if she gets $400 now on the indies. She's been outpriced so much. And also, it's all of these girls at the same time, Hughezy, Shotzi, Cora, fucking Tegan, I think Jakara, all on the same day had statements going like, yeah, we'd go to AEW. And why do you think that is? Because it's hard out there for a pimp. What were your thoughts on this Abaddon sitch?
Yeah, so basically they're saying that this is one of the problems with AEW is that they get wrestlers to sign for good money, to be fair, and but they get them to sign really long-term deals, like 4, 5, 6 years. So while that means you're going to get paid a lot of money guaranteed, you get devalued so much that while you're personally making millions or hundreds of thousands, you as a character is being devalued as your account's going up. So once you're done with AEW, you're coming out of the company with no or less star power, which means you basically will have to go back to the start, build yourself up all over again, but years later, while the rest of the industry has risen up around you. So like Abaddon is fucking going from getting a 6-figure per year contract to not getting a bare minimum indie scene offer, because like, why would somebody say, oh, we'll give you $4,000 to turn up at our indie show? Like, if Abaddon's there or not, nobody gives a shit.
Right. No, you're right. So ladies and gentlemen, Hughezy, plug what you gotta plug, and let's show some love to Hughezy in the chat. But yeah, plug what you gotta plug, my good friend, and thanks for stopping by today.
Oh, no problem. Well, of course, go subscribe to Keep Them 100 official on YouTube, become a member, leave a lot of comments, hit likes, and my YouTube channel is Hughezy Entertainment on YouTube, the most ironically named YouTube channel in the world. And I'm at the Hughezy on Twitter and Instagram, and specifically Instagram, because I cannot get followers to the point that I'm almost considering hiring whores to hang out with me so that I can get photographs of them showing off their fart boxes, just so that it looks like a real photograph. I need more Instagram followers, you pieces of shit. I mean, thank you very much. Follow me.
Just use AI, Hughezy. That's the answer. It solves all the problems, AI booties, okay? You'll be good. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Hughezy. Go and follow him, Hughezy, and check him out, man. He's making great content over on his channel. See you, sir. Goodbye. Oh, chat. Amazing. Air horns for Hughezy. Amazing. Pop-in, run-in that was from Hughesy himself. The one and only, and that's why we started early tonight, mostly. Also, there's hockey on. We got to be on, and there's UFC, but it's like there's no pro wrestling, so I'm gonna take an evening, right? Chat, how was that? Did y'all enjoy it, guys? I saw the viewership growing and growing and growing as the conversation was going on, because I know we started early. Most people don't even know we're on yet. Go back and listen to that once the replay is uploaded, okay? Because that was a very, very great, compelling conversation with a sicko segment woven in there, you know what I'm saying? And so I'll also drop the audio of that over on Spotify. How you doing, chat? I want to check in with chat. I haven't really checked in with you guys much of the whole show thus far, and that was just the intro. We have miscellaneous news. We got lots of news to get to tonight. I quickly titled it because me and Hughezy it was just quick. He was in between shows. He's broadcasting all day. He was over on Who Are These Podcasts? You guys are, who are these podcasts? WATP. You guys know those cats? He was over there, and then he's over here now, and then he's gonna go hang out with E-Cool the Pineapple, which I don't know if Between Two Hacks is his show, so go and check that out as well. But stay locked in here because we got hours left of PWT, guys. We just started, and yeah, I appreciate you all so much for being here. Let's take a look here. Let's big screen this so you guys can look at anime Hulk Hogan, Ichi ni Sanda, Ichiban Hulk Hogan flying through the air. Brady Mac for 5 says, PWT is my break from everything going on here at home in LA and around the world. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Brady Mac. And guys, I know we touch on the, we went down there a little bit, but I mean, listen, we're just here to have fun and laugh about shit and all of that too, mostly overall. So, but we got to give our hot takes as well. And you guys know I just cringe about the political shit, and Hughezy's much the same way. We're very weird in that. Yeah, I don't know. You guys know how I feel about this shit. We're just, I would say it's cringe to be like, we're just centrists, man. Because like, I'm not even that kind of guy where I even think about shit like that. But also it's like with the woke shit, he's like, it's weird that I sound woke, and me too. You guys will be like, oh, like I hate when people just like label every movie. It's woke and gay, so it sucks. It's like, what? Give it a fucking, but then there's shit that's objectively bad, and then you understand, right? So, yeah, that's all. I just like people who can just call it down the line, and a lot of times people don't like fence sit and fill. I make fun of it too, because some people don't like that, but that's all it is, man. You just gotta and make light of stuff. And I hope it's an escape. I don't want to think about that shit either. The whole world's been scary the last couple days. But speaking of scary, we went through that Sicko segment. A little bit scary, but a little more fun, a little more levity, right? And that's what I promised you guys. And we're refining that Sicko segment. It's a little more fun and topical as far as like characters we all know, and it's not just like, here's a random sicko getting mad about this too. So it's more fun. And that's what I look to do here, is improve and improve and improve. And I just appreciate you all being here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have some miscellaneous news to get into, which we are going to get into. And again, round of applause, chat, for Hughezy. So my plugs, guys, hit like, hit subscribe. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube. We're just talking pro wrestling now, no other bullshit. But come on over to YouTube, hit like, hit subscribe, leave a comment, hit dislike, tell me I suck, tell me I'm great, whatever you got to do. Vote in the poll. Do you think Mr. Iguana would make it on the main roster in WWE? We have Dave kind of telling some lies. I don't know. Maybe because I don't know. He kind of contradicts himself in his own little statement. We're going to get into Dave Meltzer today. We got all sorts of news today, so it's going to be awesome. Rikishi's snapping. I'm sure there was bigger headlines. I just quickly threw this pod together, and I didn't with Hughezy there at last minute trying to fit him in between appearances today, and so I didn't really fully think out all there's probably something I'm missing, but we'll review SmackDown. We'll do all that good shit, pal. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into miscellaneous news. I will hit the bad news, and I don't know why. Miscellaneous news is usually fun. There's like retro stuff. I might even add a segment. Chat, let me know if you want me to add a segment for the retro throwback stuff. So I'll put retro throwback stuff in one folder, and then that'll be separate. And then miscellaneous is just like miscellaneous wrestling adjacent news, and like that has to do with wrestling. And then you guys get what I'm getting at, right? You get what I'm putting down? The retro throwback stuff, because I love doing old school clips too. I really love doing it. Anyways, though, let's play. Oh, Scully Vibes taps in and says, what's the vibe? Shout out PWT. Mr. Iguana is the effing man. Sky Blue. Yeah, so Scully pointed out, like, look, Sky Blue's a corn star's name too, just like Blake Monroe. And it's like, yeah, exactly. I mean, I made the joke, like, wrestler names and corn star names are like the same. Every combination of color and animal or object or whatever has been used and put together, right? Because there's also like a Jordan Blue and Sky Blue, and then there's like a corn star called Sky Blue, and then there's a corn star from the 80s called Blake Monroe. I bet there's one called what are some of these names? Maybe not Shayna Baszler. That's but you guys get what I'm getting at, right? Like if you invent a name, it's like they've all been done. So Plinian says, hey, folks, got to drive home. Can't hang out today, but wanted to say, yeah, much love, Plinian. Thanks for tapping in. Guys, consider becoming a member, super chat in, whatever. That's how you support the show. Anyways, let's get into some fucking hot news. That's why you're here. Some hot news after the hot Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, former wrestler Jakara Jackson has launched her OF, Mara Sade. She launched it, and yeah, again, she's like, I can monetize it and all this shit. Good for her. You go, girl. Get your goddamn money. But yeah. in brighter news, because it's like, all right, everyone's got one of those these days. Throw a rock, someone's got an OF, right? Especially if you live in a major city. So congratulations to the legendary RVD, who just announced he and his wife are expecting a child in 2026. Katie Forbes is preggers, and here's Rob Van Dam, who's going to be a dad, which is amazing. A mini Van Dam.
You know, it's life is interesting, and we lost Sabu recently, of course, and I feel like a big part of me was lost when we lost Sabu, because he was part of me. He helped create me. He helped make me who I am. And the universe has a funny way of balancing out. He's on the other side now. But tag baby,
we're pregnant.
Heck
Baby
yeah.
coming in 2026.
Fucking congratulations. Just amazing. I love that. That is spectacular. Okay, so moving along. Here is Jack Vaughn saying never saw it coming. This popped me when indie wrestlers notice their opponent going for a cutter.
Won't you fly free, bird?
Song is gonna murk me. Just diving right. Thigh slap. Yeah, he always gets a thigh slap in. He always says indie wrestler too, which is so funny because he is an indie wrestler and people get so triggered by it. It's official. Giselle Shaw will defend her MLP Maple Leaf Pro Women's Championship, Canadian Championship, against Shotzi Blackheart, man. So that's awesome. Shotzi, taking them bookings and doing the damn thing. And yeah, you got to love it. That will be a great match, I'm sure. Speaking of Shotzi, Maya Lesnar, the shot put, is that fucking a Shotzi put? She Shotzi'd this fucking put across the globe. No, 19.1 meters instead of fucking NCAA record, I believe, and won the championship on her first throw. Like, her first throw was so good, I believe it just won her the whole shit. Here's Brock's daughter, Colorado State's own.
All right, Maya Lesnar said 2024 indoor champ. Let's see if she can win an outdoor championship. The senior from Colorado State, this is her first attempt. And look at that on her first throw here in these championships. She would go big. 6-time Mountain West champ. Number 3 all-time shot putter in history at the collegiate level. 62.4.5. And she would take the early lead.
She's the number 2 or 3, did they say, all-time shot putter ever. That's crazy, bro. That is insane. Wait till she gets in that NIL program. So what a difference a day makes. Here's EJ and Duca. So again, guys, if you have been following this show, you know what happened with EJ. He got released from NXT. He buried WWE. Dirt sheets were covering him super favorably. Wonder why, and then he goes to AEW and then he's like, yeah, I work for a company where I get chances or whatever the fuck. And then he worked one Collision, was in Ring of Honor, got released again, didn't get extended. And then he's released again, and then the sheets are covering him they write these pieces on how great of a guy he is and all this shit, and then somebody tweets out, yo, this guy's writing his own cage match ratings. The sickos on Cage Match are dude, this EJ guy's writing his own, giving himself 10 stars. We read the reviews about himself on there and they were clearly fake. You just wouldn't describe even a wrestler the way they did or put this dude over. Like how, I don't know. I don't know what was going on. They were clearly fake. Okay. It's not that hard to do. And so then he's like arguing with sickos online, and this one dude's like, man, just give it up, whatever. And then he got ratioed into Obliviacree, and I'm not trying to like pile on top of you, Jay. I'm just telling you guys what happened. I have no dog in this. If I'm not liking, retweeting, fuck this guy. I don't know, right? I don't know him. He's got a great look. That's all I'll say. Okay, but he's getting ratioed by like sickos, and they're fucking jumping all over him. And well, they're not even jumping all over him. It's just one guy made him like delete some tweets where he's like, dude, give this shit up, whatever. And then now he puts out a tweet where he's like, goal is to have 597,000 followers on my Twitch and YouTube. I don't know where that number came from, but I think it can be done. See you there, pencil necks. And it just seems like, I don't know, man. That's a lot of work to get that much followers. Where in your mind, like all of a sudden on Twitch and shit, like, are you not wrestling? I don't fucking know. We're just chronicling his journeys. And I think there's a bit of like Delulu there of grandeur, you know, a little bit of like, just be humble, bro. You didn't see Dakota Kai saying that shit, and she had to grind, bro. And she's a WWE superstar. You know what I'm saying? So, well, she was, but yeah, we'll see. We'll continue to track his journey, and hopefully, yeah, those cage match ratings continue to stay at 10s or whatever. So Amazon Prime's Video's American Gladiator show, the reboot, has announced its cast for the 2025 season. So guys, chat, I'm already excited for this. If you guys listen to the show, you know that I watched that American Gladiators documentary. There's like just do this right before you watch this Prime show on Netflix. There's like I want to say 4 to 6 episode documentary series about the OG American Gladiators. Okay. And it's so fucking good. It's so fun and nostalgic and shit. And I always loved American Gladiators. I love the reboot of it. I think Spike TV tried to bring it back for a bit. And so there's another reboot of it. And I think it's timely. People like nostalgia and people like sports entertainment nowadays in general. You know, more and more of it is starting to pop up in different areas. And American Gladiators is a great brand. It's owned, I guess, on Prime. So it'll be on Prime, which is great. I guess Amazon's owned by WBD, right? So technically it's a WBD thing. And The Miz is hosting it. He's been signed on to host it. Now, I will put this out there. I will float out a conspiracy theory a little bit, because some people are like, Miz has heat for... I don't believe any of that. You know, Dave Meltzer will talk about in a bit. He's like, oh, I got a text from, or he's like, you know, I know that one of the heads of a company is upset about there being both company guys on this show. And it's like, okay, you're either lying about WWE because they don't care, or Tony Khan texted Dave furiously. We'll get into that later. But this show, I put it in miscellaneous because it's a mix of WWE, AEW superstars, and OVW superstars, capitalizing on the Netflix rub as well, because they were the feature of that wrestler show. So that's awesome too, because Jesse Goddard, he's done like a bunch of shows. And The Miz is hosting this, and I will say this, I'll float out a little conspiracy. I don't think Miz has heat, but they let Braun Strowman also host a fucking show coming up on like NBC or something. And they just like let him go. And it's my belief that they knew that they weren't going to renew him or whatever the fuck, or they were going to cut him. And so they're like, yeah, go and take that show because the time off's not going to matter. And that might be what they're doing with Miz. I don't know. I would love if Miz... I think Miz is smart, and he's the type of dude who will maybe take less money. Or here's the thing with Miz. He'll either take less money for less dates in WWE, and then he'll start playing other roles, or he has some opportunities lined up outside of WWE, and he'll go, yeah, look, I'll leave. I'm going to go do my shit and make these big bags other places, and I'll just sign a Nostalgia or Legends or come back for my Hall of Fame in a few years. It won't be bitter. It's not going to be Miz to AEW. AEW people hate Miz, okay? They're not, and if they clamor for it, then they're just fake motherfuckers, you know? Or they should do it. If Tony Khan is smart, he would do it, you know? if he cared about like business over everything. But that's a whole other conversation. But I don't know. This could be a telling sign. Like Miz might just be dipping out for a little bit, which is totally fine. I don't see him ever getting a major push or a big run the way he did, unless somehow he goes and does this hosting show and then hosts another thing and then like lands a big role in a show or a movie or so. You know what I mean? I just really don't see that happening. But maybe as he ages, there's other roles that he gets. You know, that happens. Some people's careers in acting don't really take off till they're older because when they were younger, they just might have not fit certain roles or whatever, you know? So that could happen too for The Miz, but he's fine. And it's not going to be like this dramatic, oh, he's leaving, fucked up. How do you let go of The Miz? Everyone hates on The Miz. I'm the only one who's like, man, well, I'm not the only one, but you're not the one, but you're the only one that can make me feel like this. You guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm always saying, dude, Miz putting on heaters. Miz is that fucking PWT universe. We're the only ones who say this shit. I swear to God. But listen, Amazon Prime Video's American Gladiators reboot has announced its cast for the 2025 season. Here they are. Okay, let's actually read them. I just went on a little rant and rave and fantasy mark booking, but I just like The Miz. So, anyways, The Miz from WWE, Wardlow from AEW. So in my opinion, he turned down coming back right away to do this show. Wardlow did, because remember, he's been cleared, and we heard from the dirt sheets, well, he has a filming project. So Tony Khan furiously called Dave Meltzer, I can't believe Wardlow. And remember, there was rumors that Wardlow was meeting with WWE people and shit. It more probably had to do with this show than anything, if I had to guess, right? Because people would be in town at this WWE event, so why wouldn't Wardlow be there and meet up, right? To me, if he did meet, I don't know. I think there was a picture of him. I'm not sure if that was true, though. I'm lending some validity to the sheets here who were reporting that shit. Maybe they were right, and it had to do with this show, though. It wasn't particularly WWE. And so I could see Tony have been texting Dave Meltzer like, what the fuck, Wardlow? Whatever. And Camille. Because Camille, they just put her off TV. So what is she going to do? Now, with Wardlow and Camille, I'll give a what for Camille. Because we're reclaiming the what as it's actually a fun chant, and people don't understand why it's fun and why it's necessary at certain points in wrestling shows. And we're not hijacking shows with what. And I can break it down any day you guys want, but we're reclaiming what. Anyways, Camille and Wardlow are perfect for this show. If you had a fucking time machine, put Wardlow and Camille in the 80s when this show originated, they'd have been on it. You know, they'd have made the cut. Like, they are perfect for this show, man, especially with their backgrounds athletically on top of wrestling, Camille's acting, etc. Eric Bugenhagen, which is Rick Boogs, which, again, perfect for American Gladiator. Mr. Spectacular Jesse Goddard, another guy. Here, we're missing the what's here. What? He is also perfect for this, and he has like acting, TV. He was on that Wrestlers show with for Netflix with Al Snow and everyone, and then Jessica Roden, OVW. So if you're unfamiliar with her, I can show you guys really quick an image of her. She's just really perfect for this too. She kind of has like, here, is this a good picture? I'll just share this tab. Here, you guys can see. That's her, right? So a bit of a Jackie Redmond vibe going on here, right? Here's her, like, here's a sexy photo, you know, if you guys are, right? She makes the cut, just has experience, has a great look, and can wrestle, and it's all about the sports entertainment aspect. You guys know what I'm saying? So, yes, I'm excited, and I'm going to be watching the shit out of this show. There was a commercial, Tiffany Neves. Are you all familiar with Tiffany Neves? She's a pro wrestler. Okay, check her out. Again, has great appeal. She's in NWA. All the fuck I gotta say is NWA. You can do the math yourself. I'm fucking with Dre. Is that a good one or what? Who is that? The Game? Did I just some really old school The Game? I just quoted here at PWT. But yeah, here's a commercial that just came out that's pro wrestling based. I mean, they should be paying me. There's knockoff Boo Day over here. And then we have, I don't know if this is like Bryce Remsburg or who this is supposed to be, but it just popped me a bit. And they got NWA superstars involved. So, and then they recently got their Roku deal. So again, just love to see pro wrestling in general being more and more prevalent.
In this corner, Mighty Money Bags versus D Triple.
So that dude, that Mighty Money guy is like in my opinion, OVW, that Cash guy who does the chops. To me, I feel like that's what they're parodying. So they're clearly parodying wrestlers. And this is for like, oh, sorry, I didn't even say what this was for. This is for like scratch tickets. You guys go and play the scratch tickets where you buy them and you scratch, you win money.
Play! Can three work together to win? Whammo! That's one way to win. Oh, the head scratcher! Another winning move! The finishing move. The triple decker slam! Step into the ring with a new triple play. 3 ways to win on every scratch.
Hell yeah, they don't pay me, but yeah, that's fun stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Do we have time for this? I don't know if we have time for this. We're going to EFAP this on another show. But Sandman plays extreme trivia, but it's just like 15 minutes long. And then when I pause it a bunch, it'll just be like an hour long. So, so ladies and gentlemen, that was miscellaneous news. Let's get into, well, actually, no, I have one more. Sorry, I believe. Yeah. So UFC also, you can buy these UFC 316 shirts. I don't know if you guys are into MMA. UFC has been not cooking lately. They have a good card tonight for a fight night. Finally, it like feels like an old fight night card or something. But yeah, they need to really figure it out, and Dana White needs to step it up on his front. But those shirts are pretty cool, you know. So that was miscellaneous news. Let's get into some TNA news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And yeah, we'll hit a banjo over here. And let me check in with chat for a sec. Triple decker slam. Game is considered old school. What's chat? What time is Collision? It's not on, MJ. It was a 4-hour show last week, on Wednesday, rather, this past week. So they did 4 hours of Dynamite, and so there was no Collision tonight. That's why I'm on early. So tell a friend. She tell a friend. Let's see. Free Wardlow, free Camille. Phil's taking it back. You're goddamn right I am. Did we ever figure out who Andrew Jackass is? Yeah, Andrew Zarian, I believe. Okay, so let's figure out what's next here. We have TNA news, but this will actually take a minute because this segment, we got to read this article here from What Culture, unfortunately. So Tessa Blanchard versus Ariana Grace match leads to a memo from TNA management. So for those of you who've been paying attention, you know, they have Robert Stone, formerly Rob E in TNA. He is like representing NXT, but he's aligned with like Alicia Fox, Vix Crow, who is sort of representing NXT, but also TNA. Like, we're the authority of both. We represent Anthem sort of in general, and so we want to clean stuff up type shit. And then you have Santino Marella, who used to be in WWE, and then his daughter from NXT sort of fighting on behalf of TNA in a weird way, but also NXT and TNA versus Anthem type shit. They're tackling at all angles. They're doing it because what Vince fucked up in the Invasion, and they're doing it the way Vince should have done the invasion. It should have been a long, drawn-out thing. And where Vince fucked up is he didn't do shit like, it wouldn't just be WCW versus WWE. It should have also had elements of like, well, NWO's here and they don't really side with anybody. And there's like 50 of those dudes, you know, and they don't really fucking care about either group. Or if you've ever heard Jim Cornette Fantasy Mark book it as well, when he guest booked it, that's like one of the greatest guest bookers of all time is when Jim did the invasion. But anyways, though, there's some changes. There's like a rule change in TNA, I guess, over here at What Cocha. So TNA's Under Siege event on the 23rd of May included an interpromotional match pitting Ariana Grace versus Tessa. On paper, it was just a rudimentary 8-minute bout. Oh, yeah, and I left that part out. Tessa teamed up with Vix because they're not trying to jump to Tessa getting the title right away off Masha because she's got shit to do with Killer Kelly. They're just really smart the way they book in TNA. They don't let anything go to waste. Fightful Select noted that a series of slaps during the match contributed to a quick rule change handed down by TNA management the very next day. At one point, Blanchard cuffed Grace. There was a receipt with that because Ariana returned to the favor. Apparently, this didn't go down too well with those in the office looking on backstage. Following that scuffle, a memo was fired out to TNA's roster alerting them that any slap shots included in matches had to be cleared with an agent first. This suggests that Grace and Blanchard didn't get the green light, but Fightful didn't confirm that in their write-up. They also didn't know for sure whether or not the Under Siege spot was exclusively responsible for the aforementioned directive, but it was something from that match, so it made sense. They also said, we're sure this story will be denied by at least one party involved, but the story is relayed by numerous people within the company. Well, that's fucked because Tessa, the thing is that Tessa's on like probation right now with WWE. That's what's going on, okay? I don't know if anyone's fucking, I'll give it an allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right? And so did you guys hear that allegedly? Say C in the chat if you did. SI for Mr. Iguana, who we're going to talk about in a bit. But yeah, so when they're like, someone will deny it. Yeah, Tessa will deny it because she can't be getting in heat for doing live rounds and giving receipts. Here's the thing, though. Let the wrestlers wrestle. TNA, calm the fuck down. This is what's going on. TNA is trying to get a show on the CW or something like that, or they are ready to launch. They're trying to figure out, I think, this is, again, let me X-Files this shit, okay? I think that they're waiting to see what AEW's choosing to do. And yes, I think they're thinking about AEW because I think they want to position TNA as the number 2. I think that's what they're trying to help TNA do. And so I think that they are waiting to see what AEW does with Collision because I know everyone's like, the ratings, the max. Bro, those who know that Collision will get canceled or be moved very soon or in these 4-hour time slots as well. Whenever it happens, we're adding an extra hour to Dynamite. It's always to gauge it and see. Now, I think if Dynamite ran 3 hours and just didn't switch to Collision all of a sudden for 2 extra hours, that third hour, it would still fall off a cliff, but it would retain more than them going 3 hours. But I think they know that the third hour will also hurt the overall of the 2 hours because this show should be a 1-hour wrestling show every week. Let's be honest. But speaking of AEW, but I think they're playing double dutch right now and they're just leaning back and just waiting for their opportunity to jump in and go, okay, we're staying on Thursdays, or okay, we'll go on the CW TNA this. So they're being very, very hesitant about not being like edgy or leaning into the young stuff, but as far as being like blood and slaps and receipts. And if you notice, the older characters are kind of getting send-offs, or they're sort of being portrayed as, hey, this is like an old legend guy that kids can get behind, like that Diener guy. He got released or he quote unquote got released or whatever. It's part of his storyline, but now he's like a dude in a mask who's like waving at the kids, and he's dressed in red and yellow, and they're pitching him as like a, I don't know, man. If you guys are paying attention, maybe I'm just, are you telling me this is a sign? She's looking in my eyes, noticing no other guys. Are you telling me this is a sign? Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone. Ooh-wee, you ain't no G. Dude, come on, what a throwback that is. But here's the thing. The signs. Am I the only one picking up the signs? Signs everywhere. Signs for George Capture and you old fogies there in the chat. But yeah, there's fucking signs everywhere to me that they're just sort of playing double dutch and they're just waiting, or hopscotch. What's it called? Where you're waiting. You're just picking your time to jump in and then start skipping. So I think that might be what's going on. And Tessa's going to deny it. And for the fucking Sheets to blow up her spot is wild. But, yeah, I don't know, man. TNA, you guys got to chill and let the wrestlers wrestle. If they're going to do chop or slap spots and give each other receipts, they have to be allowed to do that. Or else we're just fucking, you might as well just plan every match in the back. And they're already doing that, but you might as well just plan everything beat by beat, clear every single move ever. Like, what's next? We're banning moves again like we did 10 years ago. Relax. Let them fucking wrestle. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Karaoke with Phil and TNA News. Did I break out in Justin Timberlake and fucking Snoop Dogg? Yes, I did. Okay, what are we doing next, man? What should we do? We did Sickos, so that's amazing. Let's go over to, we talked a lot about AEW, so we might as well do AEW news, then we'll get into some WWE stuff. How about that? Did you guys enjoy that segment? I thought it was fun. Seen Tesla in 87 or so. Good call, Phil. I'm picking up what you're laying down. It's about AAA right now. Double Dutch pal. George catching strays. No auto-tune. Tesla signs. Yes, dude. Signs, dude. There's signs. I think I'm picking up on them. I don't know. Everybody is down with the sickness. I've been moving all day. Damn, I need some help. You need some milk, brah. Tony needs to do something with ROH. Yeah, like real fucking bad. Toxic Tess ain't ever sniffing WWE. Yeah, well, that's not true, you know. And if she stays out of trouble, she'll be there. I'll be there. Hello from Israel. What's up, Oma? That's a fucking far ways away from where I'm at, dude. So where are we at now? Israel, Malaysia. Where else? We know South Africa. Where else, dude? We just need Japan to jump in, you know? Yeah, I don't know if Tony should give Ring of Honor to me. Yeah, Zayn, you're always like, I'll save it. It's like, I don't know if you would, right? No one knows your resume, but apply. Just apply and start. This is all you got to do. Start writing for a dirt sheet and start kissing his balls. And then next thing you know, you might get a job, right? And then from there, you fucking maybe can convince him that you can save it. That's the pathway, right? Antarctica, okay? I don't believe that. It's not real. You're not allowed to go to the South Pole. The Earth's actually... No, I'm not even going to say that. YouTube's going to put like a Wikipedia thing. We're going to get Wikipedia. Flat Earth is actually a myth that was made up by a bunch of fucking dudes. Yeah, dude, we're joking here, okay? I've been to Japan a few times. Does that help? I don't know, dude. Right, Julia Gulia's in Germany. That's right. So we're all over the place. Antarctica's not fake. Yeah, that's a great pull, Omar. I'm tagging out. Table shopping time. Let's go shopping. Let's go shopping. Let's go shopping. Let's all go shopping. All right. I just had to hydrate and fuck around with you guys for a bit. Okay, let's get into some everybody all together now. Ichi Nissan da for AEW news. So Summer Blockbuster happened, and it was what it was. I mean, there was some positives to extrapolate from there. I did it live, and there was a lot of negatives. I think some people were being a little too harsh on it, especially going into this 4-hour one. We knew that, like, okay, they're just not going to give a fuck about the last 2 hours. So booking the show as a whole, I mean, technically they go, well, it was 2 different shows, so it doesn't. I mean, okay, then if we're just looking at the Dynamite, they did some good stuff there, I guess. If you guys want to, I'm trying to be optimistic, Phil here, but Mercedes Moné had this to say. So Mercedes Moné Vernado said, 5 bells Moné doesn't want to wait till all in Texas to win another title. So next week at Grand Slam Mexico, I wanted to challenge for the CMA Ella World Women's Championship. So at Grand Slam Mexico, she's about to take the CMLL World Women's Championship from the poor lady who has it over there. And we also know MJF isn't going to fucking lose to Mystico. Right? And if he does, then holy shit, Tony, you're just devaluing MJF real bad. And they just fell back on that, like, I'm American, blow me shit. And it's like, dude, you have nothing original? Pretty crazy. But yeah, Mercedes, man, doing her thing. She's about to take that poor lady's belt, and it's crazy. So I posted this here. Bear Bronson, because we've been chronicling this, the Bear Bronson saga. And I've always said, man, the Iron Savages and the Bear dudes, they would have been awesome to push them in your tag division. I also said Busher and Blade as well. They have unique gimmicks. They have good looks. They have size. Let these guys like build them up and have a real tag division. No, they became these goofy guys who were like, we're eating booties and stuff. You know, you think Hughezy came up with that gimmick or something. And so and then the one partner, like, you know, we've covered it here. We've already said every word in the book, but there was a DV situation or something with his wife or something like that. And he got fired. It was enough where they looked into it. He got fired, and Bear Bronson was like, I'm being punished because of actions that weren't mine. And then he gets his non-renewal, like he just get released from AEW or whatever. The other Bear did, and then he went to GCW, had a match that was ranked on Cage Match. Now, I know you guys are like, oh, Cage Match, but here's the thing. People who watch GCW, like, that's their audience. You know what I'm saying? Now GCW's spreading out a bit, but you know, their audience is like a Cage Match audience. So I think this holds validity as far as like what those fans expect. He got like a super highly ranked match coming out of AEW, and people are hyped behind him. He had some, you know, and then we covered here as well, he had some disparaging things. He's like, you know, they never saw us more than like a comedy act. He said that about AEW. And so this is MJF's guy as well. Speaking of MJF just a moment ago. And so just in case if you haven't caught up to what I've chronicled thus far, I hope that was a good refresher. He had this to say. This is via Ringside News. Bear Bronson parted ways with AEW recently after he confirmed they wouldn't renew him. As it turns out, Bronson has now revealed that he actually laughed when AEW called him to let him know they weren't going to renew his contract. Now, that headline's a little more salacious than it is in context. We'll read, and you guys will, yeah. So Bear Bronson said, I did see this coming. Like I did, you know, and when the person from the office, I won't name his name, he called me while I was driving to Wrestling Open. He's like, who was it, chat? Who called him? Hey, it wasn't Tony. He doesn't like confrontation. Hey, how you doing? I'm like, great. He's like, hey, it's Chris Daniels or something. Hey, I just want to say I'm so proud of you, what you're doing, but we just, you know, I wanted to let you know your contract. It was Dave Meltzer. Hey, you know, I just wanted to say, you know, I'm so proud of you for what you've been doing, but actually, we just, you know, Bronson, I wanted to let you know your contract's up this week. The best guys, Tony Khan, hangs up. Let you know your contract's up this week and we're not going to renew. Bronson admitted that he immediately laughed, saying he had a feeling it was coming. Me too. Oh, no. Did you feel that? Me neither. Oh, sorry, guys. We're trying to make light of something here. They both shared a laugh, and the rest of the conversation stayed positive. He made it clear there were no hard feelings and wanted everyone to know that. He added that things happened the way they did and stated that AEW is a really big company. I had laughed on the other end of the phone, and I was like, yeah, I figured, and like we shared a laugh, and then the rest of the phone call was very uplifting. It's like, all good vibes, man. And I had even said to them to make sure everyone knows it's no hard feelings. Things happen the way they did, but man, like it's a big company. It's a really big company. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why they never like push those guys, or they would be prime in like they could have ran the Ring of Honor tag division until you're ready to call them up. They should have really positioned Ring of Honor as like, here's a step right below AEW. What they should have did a Ring of Honor invasion type shit. And then you had some guys who were like old school ROH kind of side with Ring of Honor, and then you fucking build this brand, but then you make it where AEW ends up thwarting Ring of Honor and absorbing their titles, their old titles, and then ROH goes away for a while, and then Tony Khan reintroduces Ring of Honor with some of the invadees, right? And then, but he reintroduces it with the retro look, like he gave it the old nostalgia look with the silver titles, and then you reintroduce the new Ring of Honor, but they look like the old retro silver ones, and it's like a developmental. And then sometimes guys can float over their big names like they do in NXT. That's how you were supposed to do that, Tony, but you fucked it up. Again, another fucking fumble, dude. So here is that was Daniel Garcia. So Grand Slam Mexico is now a 2.5 hour show. So again, guys, an extra long PWT Grand Slam Mexico show that we're going to watch on Wednesday. That will be phenomenal. And again, I thought Grand Slam, now it's just like a TV show. So it's not like a Saturday thing or whatever. It's not a pay-per-view. It's more like a PLE, I guess. And, yeah, it's 2.5 hours, so they're pulling a Raw. Maybe that's the sweet spot. I'm telling you guys right now, they are looking to do 2.5, 3 hour Dynamites, and they're going to get rid of Collision. That shit will be canceled. Or it'll be switched down to like 1 hour on Friday nights again or something like Rampage until eventually it's canceled. But I think that's what WBD's looking at, especially if they're going to bid for UFC. They got to figure out a slot quick. And then that's when TNA will swoop in and go, we're going head-to-head TNA versus this other AEW show, if they do it, Thursdays on CW or whatever. I really, really think TNA is going to get in the CW business, I just think that would be the wise thing for them. Because they sort of skew that way too, and you can test it out, right? And then you have that integration of like, I'm a TNA fan, I'm an NXT fan, but it's on the CW and it's two different brands. Like one's not WWE, but maybe it'll work because we have wrestling fans. I could totally see that happening. Anyways, though, BJ Bethel, we covered this on the show. So BJ Bethel admits that he got his fucking numbers corroborated by a random dude on Blue Sky, essentially, which that guy for sure knows less than Zaslav. Dave Meltzer, who won't cop to corroborating these numbers, and Tony Khan, who never copped to these numbers either. BJ Bethel is misinterpreting what Tony Khan's saying. Tony Khan said he just didn't deny them because he's a promoter. He's like, oh, I heard we're doing great right around those numbers. But he didn't necessarily corroborate them, right? So Bethel just gets stooged out like Dave is his source on this, basically, and Dave won't even admit to saying 500K. And then Andrew Zarian, now is coming out and going, 500K is bullshit, man. They'd be doing backflips if that was the case. Yeah, so you listen to PWT now. Because that's what I've been saying. That's what the fuck we've been saying, and people get fucking mad and go insane and psychotic and want to fucking jump down your throat for saying there's no way they do 100,000. It's just there's no way they do 100. If you want to say they do 95 even, okay, I'll give you that. I can't even debate if they do or not. I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe there's someone smarter than me who's like, no, there's no way they do that. But once you get to 100 plus, You're doing LeBron, Lakers versus Luka Doncic, Mavs numbers. And I know Doncic, I know, but I'm just saying at that time, like their peak number that they've done for NBA that they touted out there. Now we're talking like fucking Mavs, Lakers numbers. You're not doing that, AEW. I'm sorry. You're just not. And then Hughezy comes in and says, the guy who runs the company knows more than you. Exactly. And so BJ Bethel's like, so I got the numbers about a specific show. So again, when he wrote that report, he's like, they're drawing this much. But now he's going, well, it was just a specific show. So let's even say, let's give AEW, oh, they did 500K that one time on Max. That was one show then that you're just nitpicking. You know what I mean? Like this is just fell apart. BJ just completely discredited himself right here with this one tweet, hilariously. But he says he got numbers about a specific show from multiple sources, which were confirmed by Tony Khan, Dave Meltzer, and someone WBD on Blue Sky. What's up, Doc? Yeah, Dave's getting... Dave's getting... It's Bugs, but it's Porky Pig. Well, 500K, folks. He's fucking talking to Looney Tunes characters. They're like the dude who does Daffy Duck's voices trolling him. It's Sylvester a Looney Tune? Yeah, I forget which one's which. But yeah, dude, he's like suffering fucking death. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious, man. Oh shit. You're basing your AEW numbers on Zaslav? Yeah, like he wouldn't know. Holy fuck. Saying all the shows do 25% of broadcast. Is that live? Life +1 +3. And so these dumb fucks too. I have people coming under my shit going, well, it's 25%, so that means blah, blah, blah. Dude, he says AEW in general does 25%. So that means Dynamite, Collision, and their back catalog in 1 week equals 25% of their broadcast numbers. Okay? So that means I'm right. That means BJ's wrong. That means Zaslav's right. You guys don't know what you're talking about. That's why I ask people who know what they're talking about to explain this shit to me. Okay? Because otherwise, what the fuck are you like? Is it +1, +3? Shut up. You don't know what any of that even means. Anyways, though, Blake Axe Avignon. Shout him out. So I don't even know who this guy is, but he pipes in and goes, your best bet to confirm that number from WWE. And then he names the guy is Niraj Jha. He oversees the AEW media deal. AEW and Tony Khan are floating in purgatory. Zaslav's comp package not being approved should raise alarms. So again, we covered it here on the show. They're like, the fucking committee or whatever denied Zaslav's $54 million comp package this year or whatever. Because he's fucking up and they're trying to save money, dude. Jha and Kathleen Finch are under pressure now, and they've got to start trimming fat, which they've been doing. Where does AEW fit in? I'm not saying they're going to get rid of Dynamite. Collision's out of here if they don't see the value in a third hour. Okay, guys? I'm telling you that right now. They're trimming the fucking fat. Dave and these guys are spiraling. Their numbers aren't shit. They're not even featured in any of this. We're splitting up with these known IPs. They're not doing any of that. AEW's doesn't really fit in. It's a dog without a bone, a dog without a home. Give me a bone. Then give me your number to your cellular phone. We don't know where they really fit in, right? In these two separate sort of companies, or it's not sort of, it's what it is, man. They're fucking two separate public entities or whatever. So yeah, man, this name here, guys, you guys Google who this is and check out if they have a Twitter and maybe tag me in some shit. Niraj Jha. I will put that in the chat and you guys can look into it. This is a WBD exec who I guess they handle stuff, and then Kathleen Finch as well. And we will see here. Where is, the other name there is Kathleen Finch, and they're under pressure right now. You guys look into those folks. And I see someone in chat saying they didn't cancel Rampage. What? Bro, they canceled their YouTube shows. What the fuck are you talking about? Where is it then? Where's Shockwave? That never happened either. We have to exist in reality, or AEW is just going to continue to be a mess. And I don't want that. I'm really getting worried about the trajectory of everything. So backstage update on Commander's legitimate injury. So this is Dave Meltzer, but it's not a dumb moment because he would know what's up. He says he was wrestling on Sunday at Osaka. I don't know how to say that. I apologize. And he was doing the rope walk deal and the Fosbury. He got all the way through the ropes, slipped when he was doing the Fosbury, and essentially Ultimo Guerrero saved his life, but he was hurt. I don't know the severity of it or anything, but the last word I heard was the bird. The bird is the word. Was that he's not, the bird is the word, Brian, was that he's not expected to be back for the Arena Mexico show on the 20th, Fantastica Mania. So he got all fucked up. And again, this is why you don't do the crazy moves every fucking match unless you're on the indies trying to go viral. When you're on TV and you're on a TV deal, you don't let him do shit like this. Because Tony, you're just paying him to be benched now, and you have all these fucking lucha shows coming up. And this is your like homegrown lucha guy. You gave up the Lucha Bros for Commander. You gave up everybody for Commander. Okay? You gave up pushing Ray Phoenix as a singles for Commander or Penta. And then now it's just like, oh, he's hurt working at these other shows. I don't know, man. You got to be smarter than that. It's really, really wild, and I hope Commander's okay. I really do. So, Chad, here's a closer look at the AEW Unified Championship. It's pronounced Oaxaca. Thank you very, very much. I don't know. It's weird, right? Do the X's make H's or Z sounds in some of these words? I don't know, right? The unified title, I think it's a beautiful title. Some people were roasting it. They're like, it looks like the women's title, but it's just such a bad concept. Like the unified title, you're the champion of unification. Call it the All-Continental Championship, the AC title. Start your own history. There's your fucking shit right there, bro. Okay, that's a freebie right there. Some people saying, oh, they'll get sued. No, you won't get sued. Anyone can call a belt intercontinental. Anyone can make a European title. You can make a Canadian title. Okay? Anyone can make that shit. Now, if they called it the Raw, the SmackDown tag team titles, then you have a fucking leg to stand on. But no, anyone can call a thing intercontinental. They don't own that word. But here's the thing is that the unified title, they're going with it because Tony wants his own goddamn ideas. The Mid-Atlantic Championship or whatever. He just makes up shit. He doesn't, and then there's like dudes from Japan, from the Pacific battling for it. He just doesn't know what he's doing. He's not creative, and that's all it is. And I feel bad that wrestlers have to, the unified champion, and it's going to be an upper championship, not a mid-card title. What? And it's to celebrate the fucking what Kenny Omega and Okada did in New Japan. All right. You know, I guess that's what we're doing still all these years later. So I don't know, man. It'll be a good match. It'll be a shell of their old match, to be honest. And everyone's roasting Kenny for that blood capsule spot. Okada was selling it well, but yeah, Kenny just looked so cheesy when he was selling the spitting up of the blood that it just took people out of it, man. And then it's like Okada aligned with Callis, and it's like these heel factions just align with other heel. There's no rhyme or reason to any of them. Oh, I really hate Kenny now, so now I'm in this group, and then when I'm done having my match with him, I'll just be back with the Bucks or what? There's no rhyme or reason. Just shit happens, and it drives me nuts because you have it right there, you know. And this match, with all due respect, should have happened years ago in AEW at one of those Forbidden Door shows. Tony Khan, this guy, Malover Troy, said a song I was used. This is the guy's account. You had to lock it because the Sickos went after him, man. Okay, and he followed PWT back as well. So I'll reach out to him and get him to tell his story here on PWT. hopefully he'll accept. But a song he wrote was used in Mina Shirakawa's AEW entrance theme. A third party stole it. We covered this. That's why Tony Khan switched the theme. Okay, it had nothing to do with the Sickos and him listening to fans and all of that stuff. I'm just quickly, I didn't realize he followed me back. I'm going to quickly DM him here. Live show Phil. Sorry guys, you're just quickly. I need a producer. Here's the okay, do. Bang. All right, guys, there we go. So, yes, excellent. Moving along here. In the Money Omega had this to say. I remember a higher up once telling me the grass isn't greener on the other side. Well, let me tell you, every seed I've planted over the years is growing and flourishing like never before. Becoming the highest paid woman's wrestler is a beautiful flower that has blossomed, and I couldn't be a prouder. Keep chasing your dreams because no one will stop mine. So there you go, man. She's about to win this fucking Mexico title from CMLL, dude. It's fucked. This summer blockbuster, though, the average rating just for the Dynamite was 597,000 viewers. And now Awful is like, I think he said, I'm done doing No Millie. I'm done comparing it to NXT. I'm going to start comparing it to last year's Dynamite. Now, that's way better. That's way better. Compared to last year's Dynamites. Because the year over year is what's alarming, and they never want to talk about that because it's just an indictment of the television show. Tony Storm retains the women's championship. Mercedes enters the ring. Picks up Tony Storm by the chin.
I can't let you get close.
That shit popped me so hard. The Chael Sonnen, I can't let you get close clip of Chael Sonnen and Wanderlei Silva from the Ultimate Fighter Brazil. And fucking I popped to it, and Awful DM me. He's like, I wanted to get one person with that Chael Sonnen clip. And those of you who know the Uncle Chael, I can't let you get close clip. It's so fitting for this as well.
I can't let you get close. I was going to say I have no words for what we just saw, but now.
Yeah, dude. Terrible. 120 weeks under $1 million. Oh, he's still doing No Millie. What was the ratings last year? Let's see. $681. And Mariah May, a.k.a. Blake Monroe, main evented it. $681K. You guys see what I'm saying? Like, they're falling off year over year. And about a year ago, how long has Mox been champion? About a year ago? And we said, like, dude, over the months, he's lost them like 100,000 viewers if you really break it down. Because that one dude tried to, like, nitpick and pick apart. Like, Moxley's actually helped AEW. And then we just dissected how that dude is completely ass backwards. Look at this, man. Like 100,000 less viewers from last year. Almost. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's tragic. It's really tragic. This guy posted this. Here's all of Tony Khan's like, AEW is on a great run of shows. I think AEW is currently on a tremendous run of shows. We're on a great run for AEW. AEW's on a tremendous run. I thought it was a great show. I think that we're on an excellent run, a great run of TV in 2025. AEW's currently on a great run. Thanks to all of you. I think AEW's on a run of great shows. AEW's on a run of great shows right now. Thanks to all you watching. If you have to say it, it's not fucking true. If you're not being like funny about it, right? Like if Tony was saying this ironically and like poking fun of himself, okay, he might have a leg to stand on. It might be like, that's funny. He's being like, he's roasting himself kind of, or, but that's disappointing. He's got to resort to that, but it's not that. He's serious. Like, I think it's a great run, but it just really hasn't been. And now they're falling back on what? Doing sports entertainment, vignettes, promos, all of the funny stuff. They're doing more WWE sports entertainment-y, TNA type shit, right? Well, guess what? It's a bad version of that. And guess what else? People are going to give up on it now. All the sickos that you're like, this is our diehard audience that we're catering to the sickos. They don't want that shit. They don't want it at all. They don't want that. And if they're putting it over, then you know that they're just flip-floppy shills who don't give a fuck. They just only care about AEW. And so they're just only going to put AEW shit over. They're not going to be honestly critiquing stuff, which, I mean, that doesn't matter either, but you just know who's like that and who isn't. But they don't want this WWE type shit according to them, okay? So now that AEW is leaning into it, they're going to push away their last bit of fans that they have left, hopefully win over some WWE people who go, they are telling better stories, but they're not. I'm sorry, they're just not. And so they're going to push away the last bit of people they have, and that's what's going on. And they're going to get to that core, like 400. I think their core, real core, hardcore sickos who won't miss anything is about 300,000. So I think Dynamite will plateau, and we'll see a few years of them stick at 300 to 500K, depending, that'll be their new standard. And then we'll be talking about how long till Dynamite's not around anymore. Because we know WBD wanted 500K, but with all this shifting and moving and separating and trimming of fat, they might want more than that. They might go, well, we can get TNA or something. Who knows? But anyways, moving along here. Tony Khan. You guys ready for, well, that'll be the main event. We have Tony Khan Crange main event. Ooh, I can't wait. So the Amazon Prime American Gladiators reboot hosted by The Miz will have Camille and Rick Boogs and Wardlow. Amazing shit, pal. I can't wait. Private Parties AEW deals are up very soon. They would get so over in NXT. I don't say this about everybody. I don't want to see Abaddon in NXT. I don't want to see fucking, even if Wardlow came over, let's say one day from AEW, he's got to go main roster. I don't want to see like Blake Monroe. She fits perfectly for what they're doing right now. There's some people you want to see. Some people it's like, no, I don't want to see everyone come over from AEW. Definitely, like Britt Baker. I don't want to see her in any. Hughezy was talking about how the sickos and wackos just fucking detest her. I don't detest her like that, but I don't want to see her in WWE or NXT. She wouldn't fit in NXT, and then WWE. I just think it'd be a nuisance, to be honest. So personally, and I'm not hating on her at all, but I just don't think she's at that level, So I don't want to see everybody float over. We can name names all day, give examples, but Private Party, and again, I think because, okay, they're doing a good job of making Mariah May different than Tiffy. Tiffy was more like, I'm Barbie. Blake Monroe's doing like, I'm Sabrina Carpenter. Now those things are kind of close for what the modern, Sabrina Carpenter takes a bit of shit from Barbie and stuff herself. So I get it. It's a little close, but Tiffy's sort of evolving as well and coming into her own. And I know that these guys would get compared to Street Profits by ignorant fucks who are just like, well, we already have but Street Profits are now moving into this a bit newer of a direction. And Private Party, I mean, they won't come out there with the red solo cups. Maybe they come out like it's a nightclub and they present it that way, or maybe they just find a whole new approach for these guys or stick them in a faction with someone. And I think WWE could reinvent them or do something good with them. And I really think that these guys would fit into, now I don't know how old they are. So if you guys are like, well, Mark Quentin's 37, I don't fucking know. I have no clue, but they would fit in with what NXT is doing big time, man. And they would get over. I really, really believe that. Especially Mark Quinn. He would get fucking over big time with that crowd. So hopefully they land on their feet. TNA would be a good spot for them as well. And the Hardys love these guys, and the Hardys would be more than willing to work with them over in TNA again. We all know that. So hopefully that happens, but hopefully the Hardys are like, yeah, come to TNA and we'll help you get an NXT too, pals. Like, we'll kick some doors open. We'll tell some folks about you. Hopefully, because these guys' futures are very bright, and some years have been pegged off in AEW where I think they really could have been more established and pushed. And also Mark Quinn got that really bad injury, but even just look at him in this photo, like the dude's built and he can flip around. And as we saw, the Isaiah Cassidy gentleman can work. Like, he was in there with those matches with the Hardys, and he was the guy doing the work in those, and the crowd reacts when he does his shriek and stuff, and he knows how to work a crowd and shit. And I'm all about Private Party, and hopefully they do find their way in NXT. I think that'd be perfect. I think Sean would know what to do with them brilliantly. So we have news on Bryan Danielson. He talks about if he would ever wrestle again. He says, I don't know, but right now I'm not cleared to wrestle. So he's not even fucking cleared for AEW standard, guys. Okay?
You what?
That's pretty fucking crazy if you think about it. Even if I wanted to, if I said, hey, I'm going to be there, I will be there in Kent. I will be there live in front of people, but probably not on television. I'll just be for the people there live. So he's like not even going to be on TV. He's just there to promote it. Tony's paying him, come promote this. Now, chat, we have in WWE news. What did I tell you? Brie Bella's going back to WWE. I was like, listen, maybe Nikki and Brie, all of a sudden, TMZ, who broke the Nikki Bella news, because the Bellas are big business. I know people want to go, they're fucking, say what you want about the Bellas. They crossed over to a degree. It might not be in, like, if your fucking wife or girlfriend follows all these Kardashians and all that type of shit, they know who the Bellas are, all right? They know who the Garcias are, at least Nikki Garcia, right? And Netflix has vested interest in these gals. If I'm Netflix, I'm trying to get the Total Bellas or whatever the fuck on their thing. I'm bringing back Total Divas, and I'm doing that show on, just call it something else, but I'm doing that shit on Netflix. Like, come on, man. They have all that reality programming. Not only that, I'm trying to get WWE stars on those, The Challenge or whatever. They have these shows now where it's like Love Island, but it's like Survivor, where they do challenges and vote each other off or whatever. Don't you want WWE folks on that too? This is the time to do that. Netflix has a vested interest in Nikki Bella. Broke it down. She hosts shit. They got her doing hot dog eating contests. Literally, they'll book her for whatever. So she's back, and now Nikki Bella, per TMZ, might be back as well. Okay. Danielson, how long? How long until he's like, well, I want to be with my wife and do the yes chant and host a WrestleMania, and I could be GM again, and I really like what they're doing in NXT, and I want to be there to train the next generation, and How long until he gets bit by that bug? Now, we know Tony Khan is literally going to leave Bryan. If he got hit by a bus tomorrow, this is Tony Khan's own words. If something happened to him right now, the company would go to Danielson. That's what Tony said out of his own mouth. Okay? I don't know if that means Brie and Danielson would ever leave AEW, but then again, you don't think Danielson doesn't have a lifelong job locked in at WWE if he wants it? Come on, man. Punk's got one. It's right now. It's like Undertaker, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. They're running it all, but they're setting up like Punk and Cody Rhodes and Seth, and Danielson would be one of them. That's like the next people who are going to come into management and run shit. Even Cena's like, I will always work here. Probably after my time is done, I'll be here in a suit and tie capacity. So even Cena will be back there in some capacity, like advocating and advising for WWE and stuff. I just think it's a matter of time before Danielson follows suit as well. He's never had a bad thing to say about Vince, WWE, even Triple H. He's never buried Triple H. He's told stories where we're like, okay, you guys were competitors at the same time, and Triple H always sounds like a dick. All of those old stories that you tell about him. And he hung out with dickheads, we know that. But yeah, I just think it's a matter of time, especially with Brie going there. That means because the Bella Twins have been backstage in AEW a bunch of times, and we know that there was talks of like, hey, they could show up, and we know it's a family thing for Danielson. Well, how much longer until it's a family thing for them to come home? As WWE is home for all of these guys. Danielson doesn't have the option to go to AEW and get this huge money and possibly own the company one day if it's not for WWE. The Bellas don't, their home is WWE, period. They help build, they did. People are triggered about the Io Sky paved the way, Nikki Bella paved the way. Bro, she brought eyeballs to the fucking women's division. There are a bunch of women right now in WWE who will tell you, right now in NXT, one of the greatest women's divisions of all time in NXT, a bunch of them will tell you, I only discovered wrestling, or I only wanted to do this because I saw Total Divas or Total Bellas. And mind you, the Bellas carried Total Divas. That's why they got the Total Bellas spinoff. So they did pave the way, man. And they were the generation right before all the Paiges and Emmas and fucking Charlotte Flairs and Becky Lynch's and all that. And she crossed over in that era a little bit. And she's here again now, right? So you have to give them their due. And I just think how long, especially with Brie going back to WWE, how long until Danielson's like, well, it's our family affair over there now. And you don't think they'll give Brie and Danielson a fucking bus or whatever now? Right? For sure they will. So it's just like they'll make the right choice ultimately, which I think is going back to WWE, because Danielson leaving AEW doesn't hurt it any. Because he just said, I'm not doing shit for AEW now anyways. So it's not like he's on TV. So Sickos can't get mad. And of course, Yeselmania, we want to get Danielson and a WrestleMania going, yes, one more time. And his wife turned down AEW essentially. You know, Tony tried to get them. They were been backstage multiple times, not just because of family either. Nikki was back there hanging out a few times. And there was apparently heat with her in the old WWE regime. And now there's not as much heat because Nick Khan and Triple H believe in smoothing this shit over. So Nikki's back. Brie's rumored to come back by TMZ, and they're right. And that's the Bellas, by the way, leak the shit to TMZ. And this isn't me shitting on the Bellas. This isn't them stooging to dirt sheets. They stooge it to TMZ because they want to stay in the headlines, and that's a major headline, and they have that outlet. Not every wrestler can just stooge to TMZ and get a big story written about them. So it's a big deal. Brie's coming back. That means what? Their daughter Birdie, she's going to be on the road with her. Like, where does their daughter go? Right? Danielson's going to be backstage at some of these shows. You're going to hear dirt sheet and Sicko stories melting down. You're going to hear wackos going, oh, he's coming back to the Fed. He'll be there one day or another. He'll come back to WWE. His wife's there. And yeah, it's just a matter of time. Anyways, I harped on that long enough. So you know, am I cooking today, chat? Come on, chat. Let me know. So, Mascara Dorada, Ricochet, Hologram, and Lio Rush will be in a 4 million pesos high-flying four-way at AEW Grand Slam. A 4 million pesos match, okay?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
I don't know, man. And how good is Rick? Like, he just thinks everyone's going to flip around, but Lio Rush can come in and do what Ospreay can do, and Ricochet can do what they both can do. And I mean, this is fun, but this match could even maybe steal the show. Or no, it'll get cheesy. It'll get cheesy with the participants in there. But yeah, 4 million peso match. Crazy. So right now, the plan for the Rainmaker and One-Winged Angels on the side plates of the unified title, their plan. So here's Omega doing a One-Winged Angel on this side plate. And then on this side plate, it's Okada hitting the Rainmaker. And these side plates are there to stay. Like, those are there forever on the title. They're a part of the title. And it's to commemorate the two championships and their legacy that Omega and Okada brought into the unification match. Those legacies, of course, taking place entirely outside of AEW. It is what it is, man. That's cool. And shout them out for being on belts. I mean, that is an honor. Like, it is like, when are we going to put modern people Because WWE's done that as well, where the plates are modeled after like some shit that went down in NWA or WWF or whatever the fuck. So I don't hate on this at all, but it's just like this belt is such a bad concept, a bad idea. The Continental title's meaningless. The International title's meaningless. The Unified title's supposed to represent what? Your international superstars. Well, it doesn't mean that anymore. They unified it, and now it's just like you're the king unified GOAT champion, man. It's like a heavyweight title, but not really. Well, what the fuck? You know, like these two belts both were continental and international. They were supposed to represent your stars from all continents and stars from all nationalities. And now they're unified to just mean like king of the world, bro. I'm just the heavyweight Omega Okada champ, dog. Unified. It's like, what? There's no rhyme or reason to anything. There's no creativity that goes on at all in this place. And it just really is sad. It's fucking sad, man. I just want it to change around really badly. But yeah. So, guys, we have Tony Khan Crange to go through. Who's ready? You know what they say. The best guy is Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
It's great.
And here's some Tony Khan Crange.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've all been a big part of history in pro wrestling the last 2 weeks. Last week and tonight are the first times in the history of TV pro wrestling that anybody has ever been crazy enough to try a 4-hour TV show.
So again, remember when The Rock goes, everyone, we like this is the record-setting gate in WWE history, and everyone cheers, and they're like, yay, capitalism. That's literally the same thing. Tony Khan comes out, this is the first time anyone's tried 4 hours of dynamite of pro wrestling on TV. So you guys are cheering it. So yay, capitalism. Yay, the fucking ad sales you did or whatever. What are you cheering? That he just tanked fucking... You guys are cheering anti-capitalism then? How he just tanked their fucking ratings to oblivion? That's what you're all cheering? I really don't understand. Chad, can anyone make sense of this? I don't understand.
Master need to obliterate.
How this isn't the exact same energy.
They asked us if we wanted to take a week off and maybe just do 2 hours, and we said no. We want to come to Portland, do a summer blockbuster, and do all 4 hours with you. Those women and men wrestled their asses off. Please give it up to the women and men in the back. Please give it up to yourselves, Portland. You are awesome. This is one of the greatest pro wrestling cities in the world. There's such a great tradition of pro wrestling in Portland. Let's give it up to Don Owen.
Like, is there music playing too? It's like his SNL. Well, we had a great time tonight here at Saturday nights. Oh my God. That's so funny, man.
Give it up to Don Owen. Let's give it up to Playboy Buddy Rose. Let's give it up to Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Let's give it up. Let's give it up.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Rowdy Roddy Piper, who is actually born in Canada, in Saskatchewan, and pretends to be an Irish guy. And let's give it up for Rowdy Roddy Piper, who would never wrestle in this company, ever. He would fucking punch me in the face and leave. He would bite Kenny Omega like CM Punk. He would have sided with Punk and Brawl Out. But let's give it up for Piper. Did you guys hear that? Piper? You mean the Canadian guy who... No, he made it. Piper's a fucking legend globally. Let's be honest.
Let's the Playboy Buddy Rose. Let's give it up to Rowdy Roddy Piper. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for being a part of this. I can't wait to bring AEW back to Portland again. How many of you have been to AEW before tonight? Who was here tonight for the first time ever? Have you had a good time?
See, they're just cheering whatever he's saying, bro. Like, who's here? Who's here fucking been to AEW before? And then like the crowd cheers. And then who's here for the first time? And then like almost the same amount of people cheer. It's like, well, which is it? They're just cheering they're just like, is this guy done? Like, is there more wrestling or can I go now?
Have you had a good time? Would you want to come back again? Good, because I want to come back again. We are going to come back again and again and again. Thank you for being here, Portland. I just want to give it up to one more group of people that made it possible tonight. You see, this is a great sports town. Are you guys Timbers fans?
Jesus, he's going for the cheap sports pop at the end of this fucking cringe rant. And all these people are standing around like, fuck. Thank God he pays me so much.
Blazers! There's great sports in Portland, but there's only one sport that goes 52 weeks a year with no off season, and it's pro wrestling. It's only possible to do this because of all of you.
Tony, pro wrestling only does that because you're copying WWE. You could have been innovative and sports-based and said, we're doing an off-season in AEW where it's a month of December off, and then when we come back in the new year, we do this crazy like King of the Ring type tournament or something, or you know, our off-season is we have this big event and then whatever we here's like the best of indies or whatever, like however the fuck. Again, I'm thinking smaller scale, like how do you just appeal to the fan base and try and maybe suck some more people in to like an indie sports based style. I know he's just trying to be WWE but doesn't know how, you know.
And the women and men in the back around the ring right now in the truck, let's give it up for the AEW crew. Crew. Bless you, Portland. I give it up to you.
He's on his knees. Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh my God. Tony.
You fucking
God. Stand up, dude. What is he doing?
Wrestling's not fake!
Oh.
The best guys, Tony Khan!
Tony, what are you doing? Stand up, bro. Guys. Why? It literally, the camera cuts and he's on his knees. So this means he was talking so long that this dude gave up filming this shit. And then all of a sudden it cuts back and he's on his knees begging, please come back to the next one. Please, please. I see everyone filing out. Please, I love you. I'm one of you.
Bless you, Portland. I give it up to you. I'm down on my knees thanking you for being such a great crowd.
Oh, bro, having to get up like that, that is so cringe. Oh my God, chat. What the fuck?
Bless you, Portland. I give it up to you.
What's going on here? Oh my God.
I'm down on my knees thanking you for being.
Then he has to get up as they're clapping for him, and they're like, clap for him again, I guess, because he's on his knees and not like, oh my God.
Such a great crowd. For 4 hours and 5 minutes.
4 hours and 5 days, Tony. Most of these live shows are usually I'm this baffled with Dave Meltzer. Yes, these shows are all like 4 hours, right? But it's like, oh, this was on TV. Sweet. That's amazing. And it's good that they were there for 4 hours, but it's not like them sitting there was this big deal for 4 hours. Like every Raw, the crowd's there for 4 hours. But also you're like 4 hours and 5 minutes. And then they're just clapping because you were on your knees like it's kind of pathetic, man. And like, I hope they're there. And like the 4 hours and 5 minutes of capitalism again. Why is nobody giving you shit the way they gave Rock shit? 4 hours of you buying expensive beers in this empty building and watching these wrestlers and buying t-shirts and engaging in capitalism. And then it's a whole 3-minute speech we just played of Tony Khan being like, yay, capitalism. No sickos call him out. He just went on his knees and was like, I'll suck your dick for capitalism. I'm begging you, please. I just worship you. Bow down. I'm on my knees for you. The AEW Galaxy. Go buy more merch and come back, please. And then he wants them to cheer. But when The Rock's like, you're all here in the highest attended, this is the most people, highest gate, whatever, and they cheer for capitalism, nobody keeps the same energy. Am I the only one calling this shit out? Where did I even find this fucking clip?
I don't know.
I can't wait to come back here again, and I swear the next time.
Oh, please get out of the ring on this clip. Look, he was about to get out. Look how he grabs the rope.
I can't wait to
He grabs it underneath up to then try and get out. But Tony, your arm and your elbow are like blocking the going down motion. And this is what he did the one time where he was like laying on the rope when he was trying to help the dude get in.
come back here again, and I swear the next time I bring a 4-hour show, it'll be a goddamn pay-per-view.
And then he says, look, I swear when I bring another 4-hour show, it'll be a goddamn pay-per-view. But who cares? Because it's just 4 hours of straight wrestling. This is no different than your pay-per-views, is the thing. So again, they're just narrowing it down to the sickos and the people who love wrestling. Like, there's a lot of people in this crowd too who are probably cheering this, who don't watch Dynamite every week, but they go to indie shows, they go to their local, like, they just love wrestling. They'd go to WWE if it was here and pop for this too. So that's another thing you have to factor in. And I'm not saying that to diminish. I'm saying that's a good thing, you know? But then when you come out and do all this, it's like, will they buy the pay-per-view? I think a lot of these people might just be here because they love wrestling too in general, but good for you, Tony Khan, I guess, and a man of the people. Great stuff. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. So let me check in with chat. Fuck, that was amazing. I'm going to put this shirt up here for a minute because it's amazing as well. Jesus Christ, that was so funny. Round of applause for that. I love that segment. That was even better than I thought it was going to be. $6.26 for 2 says Phil's cooking, Tony. Chat, there's over 300 of you watching. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips or @ProWrestleTimes. I'm live. The link's right in my bio there, okay? Just click on my thing. I also do a members only show on Mondays. 99 cents. You can become a member on YouTube. You can gift a membership or become a patron. You get access to those shows. There's also over 100 videos. If shit gets nuked off this show, it goes on Patreon as well. And consider sending a super chat in. That's how you support what I do. Or just hit like, hit dislike, leave a comment, whatever you got to do, okay? And this week I got a pod coming. I'm going to record a pod. What else do I got? I'm going to be tomorrow on Awful Jeopardy. Okay. I'm going to be playing Awful Jeopardy and we go in cold. So hopefully my trivia game is on point. I don't even know necessarily. Is it all about AEW, chat? Is his show all about AEW, like question wise? Or is it like obscure, like old school wrestling? Someone let me know. I should watch the first episode in its entirety. I didn't see it in its entirety yet. So either way though, I'm going to be on that. So I hope I win. PWT Universe, come support me on that as well, because we want to win and get to the next round. You know, I think it's like a tournament. So, and yeah, man, I'm booking guests and it's going to be a fun, grand old gay old time. And yeah, what is chat saying? Let me just check in with chat for a minute. Then we have WWE news. We have Dave Meltzer's dumb moment before I get out of here. Okay, guys. Awful asked me to be on that, but he's recording when we do spaces. This t-shirt's too tight, Billy. Good luck in advance too. Thank you, Jay Long. What time will it happen and which channel? It's on at Awful Wrestling on YouTube. So youtube.com/Awful Wrestling, but AEW full. So you spell awful, but with AEW. Oh Lord, I brought All In, Double or Nothing, and they were fun, but not for $60. Thank you so much, chat. Look at that pose. Yeah, I'm looking for the on the knees stuff. I want to see reactions. Cocaine is that? No, we don't. He's not a cokehead, bro. If you hung out with coke people, you know he's not a coke guy. But he is so fucking weird. Yeah, the Wraith. I know, dog. Like, what the fuck? It's so funny, guys. It's just what a gem. I didn't even see the on the knees part till on the show. So, okay. Let's scroll down here. I'm on Jeopardy tomorrow too. Oh, you're on Awful Jeopardy or what? Or are you on Real Jeopardy? Or are you on that fucking pop culture Jeopardy that they have on, what is it, like Roku or whatever? Or no. Is it like Crave? Or you guys don't have Crave, I don't think, in America. Anyways, well, I went to a Rockwood, Tennessee show years ago. I forgot what it's called. That's my hometown. And Jake Roberts was there, and I had a pic with him. And he thought I was touching his bum. I wasn't. That's like Night at the Roxbury. Did you grab my ass? Sir, from where I'm standing, it would be a physical impossibility to grab your ass. You sure? You sure? Because I felt someone grab my ass. Fuck yeah. Okay, let's get into some WWE news here. Where are we? Slick Rick's trending. Lottie dottie. We like to party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. We're just some men that's on the mic. And when we rock up on the mic, we rock the mic. What? For all of y'all, keeping y'all in health. Just to see you smile and enjoy yourself. Because it's cool when you can. Yeah, I could do the whole thing, man. Let's go. Anyways. So moving along here, yeah, we do have some WWE news. Where is it? Where's my breaking news here? Okay, so The Undertaker. Let's give him a gong. Let's give him and his wife a gong because I guess they're like synonymous now, right? Like the 6 feet deep pod. Or the 6 feet under with Undertaker is different than 6 feet deep or whatever with Mark Calloway. It's WWE's version. So WWE's version, it's Michelle McCool and Taker together interviewing people. So again, there's always nepotism in wrestling and shit. I get it. Like Michelle and them they're all friends, like Triple H and everyone's friends and shit. I get it. But yeah, we get used to this rewritten history where she's just like a focal point of women's wrestling. I mean, at one point she was. I mean, she's the champ, and the Lay Cool stuff was over for like that era. But yeah, she's just there now. She's over here now and is just like this legend who everything Undertaker does, his wife's gonna be right there with him, and it's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. She could put her on they should do Real Housewives of WWE Superstars or whatever. That should be one show, right? For all the unks and their wives who are love and WWE or whatever, for all the older people in WWE and their wives, right? And then they should do like the Total Whatever show for the new like up and comers. I think I'd watch both those reality shows, right? But anyways, here's a gong or a ding, rather, a dong, a ding or a dong, whichever, but an Undertaker gong. As he opens up, and this is not to be, sorry, maybe that was distasteful for this segment because I forgot they're talking about a heart problem, but God bless Undertaker, and I'm glad he's still around. It's his gimmick, okay? This is a gimmick every time we come across Taker on this show. So sorry, I didn't mean to be morbid here, but he opens up about his heart issues, and I just thank God he's still with us right now. And everybody, take care of your fucking heart. Dandelion tea. It tastes like shit. It is so good for you, okay? And for your heart. That's my tip for you guys. Just Google it. Grok it. Okay? Ask Elon about it. He'll tell you. But yes, dandelion tea. It tastes like shit. Just mix it with whatever tea you like. or that you can tolerate, because I know some people don't like tea, right? And you just gulp one of those down a day, okay? Dandelions, like, they got motherfuckers convinced those things are weeds. Their roots have the shit that like cures people's hearts, dude. A little conspiracy theory. The black helic, they're actually watching me now. RFK. Well, dandelion, yeah. Shit. Dandelion roots actually are really good for you. If you know what I mean? I'll get a good RFK down now since that's a bit. But yes. Anyways, enough of the health tips. Back to well, Michelle McCool stays healthy in that, and thank God Undertaker's got his health right now, and hopefully his heart issues aren't much worse than this.
You had been having weeks prior.
Yeah.
I felt like when people would come up to me and congratulate me and be like, how you doing? And I'm almost in tears, or like, I'm okay, but they could tell I wasn't okay, but they thought it was probably just because of the speech. No, it was because
if you pick the dandelions from your front lawn, yes, you can dig them out, take the roots, and then you dry them out, and then you turn them into like dust, and then you teabag them. Pause. no diddy, right? And if you want to go through that whole process, yes, you can. It's good for you, and you can pick the dandelions from your front lawn. There are conspiracy theories out there. Alex Jones, no. There are theories out there, though, that, the Illuminati, man, they want you to think they're weeds, man. And so you dig them and kill them out and put pesticides on them because the roots are good for your heart. And it's population control, man. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But it's a shoot, brother. Just look it up, and dandelion shit, you can go buy a bag of it and fucking, or whatever, buy pouches of it. I implore everyone to get on it.
Of the heart issues
and just mix it with like raspberry tea if you don't like it. Tastes like shit. I'm not gonna lie, it's like the worst tea I've ever had in my life.
Been having weeks prior, which by the grace of God we found out just by a God thing, but it ended up being terrifying. And the day we got home from WrestleMania, the next morning at 6 a.m. we were at the hospital for a little bit of heart surgery. So those are very
a little bit. I mean, don't. I mean,
it's your heart.
It was my heart, but. Yeah, so I mean, there was that little kind of sidebar going on.
Sidebar for about 5 weeks. It was terrifying.
I wasn't supposed to go to Vegas.
You weren't supposed to go anywhere.
Yeah.
You didn't want me to tell anybody. Not fair to me.
Yeah, look at the worry on her face too. You could tell that is legit, man. That's fucking sad. And then he pulled through for the fans, and then is letting us know now. He was going through all that, and we're giving him shit that he just wants his wife with him on LFG. You fucking marks. No, I was giving him shit too, but we didn't know about this stuff.
Not fair.
I was.
We were in the hospital for 4 nights, 2 weeks before WrestleMania. Hey, you weren't supposed to go. Duh. But it was terrifying. I couldn't focus on anything else. All I wanted to focus on was your heart, getting you in with the best cardiologist, which we eventually did. But that took a lot of phone calls, several nights in the hospital, lots of doctor visits. And by the grace of God, yes, you were here. But out of the words of the doctor himself, it could have turned out badly had we not found it that day.
Yeah. So
prayers up for Taker, and thank God they caught whatever was going on. And yeah, I just hope he stays extra healthy and no stress. No stress, dude. Stress is such a killer, dude. Congratulations to Rob Van Dam and Katie Forbes. And I guess, I put this in WWE news because he's a WWE legend under contract, and they have a little WWE superstar baby shirt thing going on, and just congratulations to them, man, bringing new life into this world. That's amazing for the both of them. WWE superstars Cody Rhodes, Tiffany Stratton, and the Street Profits took stage at a Trump rally held. Now, it wasn't actually a Trump rally, held to celebrate 250 years of the U.S. Army. So it was a rally, or Trump was there because he's the president, and they're celebrating 250 years of the U.S. Army is what it was. So as the crowd waited for Trump's arrival after Driscoll's remarks, World Wrestling Entertainment's Angelo Dawkins, Montez Ford, Cody Rhodes, and Tiffany Stratton took the stage to sing Happy Birthday to the Army, USA Today. And I guess this guy's like triggered over this, right? I guess he's like a big hater or whatever. But I don't know. He just posted this fact, and yeah, they went and did that. Shout them out. For doing that, and shout out the military, anyone who goes in the military anywhere in the goddamn world. You deserved some fucking respect for sure for defending your country wherever the fuck it is. So people were triggered by this. They're calling it a Trump rally. It wasn't even a Trump rally. The president was just there. because it's 250 years of the military, right? And even if it was, who gives a fuck, man? Not everyone's going to vote or think the same way you vote or think. It's just that simple. Like, if you think that, you're an insane person. Not any one person ever that you meet. If you just went down a list of beliefs, are you going to believe everything one-to-one the exact same, or think your tax dollars should go to one-to-one the exact same, or think social programs, or think that fucking business subsidies or tax breaks, like or like, you know, no one's going to agree on everything. So to get mad at each other for that shit, or let yourself be divided from your community or something, because it's fucking insane to me. It's as dumb as doing it over someone's skin color, or what their sexual orientation is, or what God they pray to. Like, those are all just like personal things that like really shouldn't matter. You know, the whole part of democracy is like everyone comes together, you know, and fucking, so I just don't get why people let this shit trigger them so much. I really don't understand it. I never will. So as we talked about earlier in AEW news, now I'll reiterate a bit of that, but not go on as long of a rant, because it doesn't pertain to Bryan Danielson as much. It pertains to Brie Bella. TMZ breaks this news, which of course they love the Garcias. They love Nikki Bella. They literally have her hosting like hot dog eating fucking contests. And so, yeah, why wouldn't Netflix want Brie to return? Why wouldn't WWE want her to return? Why wouldn't they want some prestige on those tag titles? I would love if we got an Iconics versus Bella's match or something. Like, that was always my dream match, was those two teams fighting for the titles. Like, those are the two teams I think that always deserved it the most, because they were real like teams, you know? And so Brie Mode coming back, which I always liked Brie Mode a little bit more than Nikki Bella in ring, but then Nikki Bella to me was, obviously she's like a draw and shit, but when Brie started doing like Danielson shit, that just got over with me. So whatever. I loved the Total Divas show as well, and Total Bellas. I used to watch that shit, and I watched that shit with my girlfriend, you know what I'm saying, at the time. And you would get little nuggets of like Daniel Bryan. He was retired at the time, but I remember watching Total Divas or something, but he was showing the Bellas like, yo, I developed this crawl around monkey style, where he went on like all fours to like crawl around and roll around like a monkey and shit to fight Brock Lesnar. He's like, so I was going to feud Brock, and I was going to fight him like in this weird praying mantis, like crawling style. And you only get to see, or you get to see John Cena bitching about fucking socks on the floor. You only got to see that on that show. So that's why those shows were just gems back then. And then it got so many ladies into wrestling, right? And it's tolerable if you had a girlfriend. This is years ago. I was young at the time when the show was on, when it first started and stuff too. So it's like, you want to get them. This is the most wrestling you can get them to watch, you know, is this Total Bella show. Now maybe they'll watch a SmackDown, you know. Those shows were fucking quintessential. But Brie Mode possibly coming back, and I pose this question to you: how long until Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryanson, Bryan Daniel Bryanson, whatever the fuck, how long until he comes back to WWE, because his family's there as well, you know? I really want to put that out there. His wife's there, so where's their kids, you know? On the road with her, just at home, on the road with him, they split them up. What do they do? So you mean Danielson won't be backstage with his wife at some of these shows? Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair to say Danielson might leave AEW, a healthy AEW. I don't know, man. I think the writing's on the wall. The writing's on the... What is that? Who sings that again? Velvet Revolver? Did I just... there you go. Deep cuts. So maybe I'm wrong about that one. Chat, check me on that. Is that Velvet Revolver? Anyways, so Brie Mode coming back. Of course, they leak this to TMZ because they have that plug. They're a big deal. Good shit, pal. More of that. And hopefully Danielson comes over eventually. Damian Priest has confirmed he signed a new contract with WWE last year. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Damian Priest signing a new deal, man. And I don't know if I've said this on the goddamn show. Everybody who thought he was supposed to be Namor in the MCU, he was supposed to be Atuma. God damn it. Everyone stop saying he's supposed to be fucking Namor. He was supposed to be Atuma. Before I was even in the IW fucking C, I knew this. Okay, it's Atuma was the role he was supposed to play. But he would have been in more movies, for sure, because Atuma's like beefs with Namor and shit. they make one of those movies underwater, under the sea, he'd be like probably one of the main dudes in it. So he did get fucked, but and it's unfortunate, but it was Atuma, not fucking Namor. Anyways, as part of his deal, by the time they even were casting Atuma, Namor was already fucking, the actor was already named and chosen and everything. Like, it was already done. Anyways, though, Damien says as part of a deal, he negotiated to sit in first class on flights. There you go. I was like, hey, I don't want to be a pain anymore. I don't want to wrestle and then be because I'm sorry. I'm a big guy. I don't fit. And they were like, yeah, that's no problem. You should have had that already. I was like, well, I don't know the rules. I don't know how to politic. I don't know how to ask for stuff. That's just not me. But that was the first time where they were like, yeah, you can sit at the front of the plane from now on. Yeah, shout out Punishment Martinez, man. Went from fucking Ring of Honor doing like dives over the top and shit to first class SETA. Let's fucking go, dude. And Cody Rhodes said on that pod too, he's like, I haven't really been flying with you guys lately. But yeah, Damian Priest getting that first class. I'm glad he got it. And don't be afraid to ask. If you don't ask, you don't know, you won't get. Okay? It's that simple. So Goldberg will return. This is according to Corey Hayes, bodyslam.net. I mean, he's hit or miss. I don't give a fuck about if dirt sheets are right or wrong. That's an irrelevant topic going into 2026. Okay. We gotta fucking, and I know we're like halfway there, but it's just irrelevant at this point. Okay. So shout out Body Slam, I guess. We'll plug where they're from because that's just the polite thing to do, but it's like, I don't know if Corey's hit or miss, and I don't care anymore. It's literally like such a fucking, it's getting grimy out there. You guys know from the Sicko segment earlier. It's just like, who gives a fuck? Goldberg will return to WWE programming this Monday at Raw in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So that'd be awesome. That makes sense too. Goldberg will be regularly appearing on Raw leading into WWE's Atlanta weekend. So that's fucking awesome. We're going to get a bit of member berries. Again, they're not like, well, it is Goldberg's farewell tour, but this is his last shit ever. Don't complain about it. Don't whine. If he drops people on their head or you don't like the story, be critical of it and shit, but don't like let the fact that Goldberg's on TV upset you. Don't fall into that stupid trap. This is the last we're ever going to see him. Enjoy it. This is the last of Naomi over the next couple of years. This is the last of the Usos over the next couple of few years. This is the last of Roman over the next couple of few years. This is the last of John Cena this year. This is the last of Randy Orton in the next couple of years. Fucking enjoy it. Don't be a little bitch about this stuff, okay? But Goldberg will be regularly appearing. So there you go. Speaking of enjoying, Heller, Blake Monroe has revealed that she pitched WWE to sell bathwater soap inspired by Sydney Sweeney and Dr. Squatch. I'm okay. I like Dr. Squatch first and foremost. Let me say that. Shout them out. Sponsor my show. We get some of these stinky neckbeard motherfuckers some Squatch in their life. The bathwater, first off, baths are gross, dog. So I don't know about y'all, but like, you know what I mean? That's some shit maybe you do with your wife on some romantical evening or some type of stuff. Oh, but it's not for me, bro. I hop in the shower. I thought baths were gross since I was like a fucking teenager. You want someone's bathwater so you can soak yourself in it. It's kind of fucking creepy. I'm not going to lie, but I'm not going to kink shame. Other motherfuckers might kink shame you or whatever, dude. I don't know. To me, it's like, I don't fucking know. It's like that to me, I wouldn't pay a premium for that. Just go get some soap, okay? Jesus Christ. The people buying this, though, need soap the most. So I'm happy they're doing this, though, right? I'm actually applauding Sydney Sweeney. And this is simping I will condone, because if this makes you go, now listen, I get if you're like a collector, though, and you're like, I collect all WWE stuff, so you have to get one of these soaps too. Okay. But if you're like, I'm washing myself with, let me taste it or whatever the fuck, let me lick this soap, because there's creeps doing that. That's the whole point of this. It's the whole like simp culture we got. I said simp 400 times. YouTube's flagging this one, right? It's the whole culture going on. One aspect of it, which is another aspect of like, you know, people go say like toxic masculinity, everybody's aggro. It's like, yeah, and there's a lot of pussies too. That's not a good thing either. You know, we have to fucking, I'm trying to find a balance. I'm trying to build a balance. Who can name, who sings that? Who raps that? Fucking tell me in chat. That's a deep cut. But yeah, dude, I actually applaud this though, because the people who are going to buy this needs fucking soap. I guarantee it. So hopefully they use it to wash their ass, and they don't like rub it on a doll and do weird shit with a fleshlight or something. You know what I'm saying? You what? Hey, I'm keeping it real here at PWT. I just got to
You what?
Just got to be honest. So report, Seth Rollins expected to receive a new WWE theme. Apparently they have someone famous on it, like some famous artists. Now, what I like about WWE is instead of going, well, we're going to give people like, you know, Tony Khan spending money on themes and music and let the bodies hit the floor and all this type of shit, right? And then WWE's like, well, we'll get famous people to like remix Penta shit or make a theme for this, or we're going to get Metro Boomin or Limp Bizkit on some shit again. Right? I like that they're going that route instead of, okay, well, we'll start using themes during our show too. Even though I do like when people can use real music, but WWE's also kind of staying original with it. And who doesn't miss like rolling, right? Who doesn't miss themes like that made by like Saliva remixing fucking I walk for miles inside this pit of danger. You know what I mean? I'm missing that. So yeah, I can't wait. Sassy Girl 8724 gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips member. Absolutely amazing. Hopefully our haters got those, or people who really want them. Everybody acknowledge Sassy Girl 8724. Become a fucking member for 99 cents Canadian too. It's probably less if you're in America. It's less than that. Merca. And yeah, and just consider you know, maybe gifting a membership or something. That'd be cool. Everybody acknowledge
me.
Thank you for supporting PWT. Yo, how come 626 for 2 says, yo, how come you know what these bathwater drinkers do? Yeah, how come you describe it so vividly? Well, when I'm in the shower, no, what else do you do with it? Like, what else is the kink? Like, what else do you get? Why else would you get off doing it? Oh, I'm washing my body with what Sydney Sweeney washed herself with. That has to be what the get off is, or at least that's what I'm imagining. You fucking enlighten me. Maybe you wash your mouth out with it too, right? Like fucking your grandparents used to do when you cussed at their house or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what these motherfuckers are doing. It's not for me. But all I'm telling you is that I applaud Mariah May doing it, okay? The people who will invest in that, they likely need that shit. Very sus. It is. It is. Okay? It is. The jig is up. It's used as lube. Yeah, but wouldn't that like burn your shit up if you That's what I mean. See, I thought that at first too, but I'm like, if you lather up, then it's like, isn't that shit gonna hurt a little bit? I don't fucking know, bro. Back to the show. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay? It's all sus to me. The fact we're even talking about it is sus. But WWE, if they did that, they would make so much fucking money. But then how do you explain that to kids is the only thing. Dad, why would you buy water? They have it at merch stands, right? Like, what's next? They sell fucking Jade Cargill's farts in a jar. You know, Hughezy would buy him out. It'd be a sellout the first day. Karrion Kross says he hopes Karrion Kross says he hopes current AEW World Champion Jon Moxley returns to WWE someday so they can work with each other. It was Moxley who first encouraged Kross to get in touch with Triple H about signing with WWE on the Battleground podcast. Here's what's crazy. Kross is basically saying he ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Wait, I don't know if that's appropriate these days. Right? No Diddy. So yeah, let's see Moxley back in WWE. I'd be down. The crowd would go insane. And I think he should go back and just have like that run with Seth and Roman and shit, and then call it a career, or then just go back to AEW if you want. But he should go back soon. I think he really, really should. I don't know how long he's locked down for, but he's getting paid so much money, and he's really tight with Tony, you know. But hey, maybe after this long run, we hear Moxley's exodusing too. I told you a lot of fucking big names are leaving. Wait till by the end of the year too. I think it'll be a couple shocking ones. WWE is reportedly considering holding a roster draft following SummerSlam. So again, this is via bodyslam.net. It's too late to wait till SummerSlam. In the middle of the year, we do a draft. It's got to be right after Mania or right before Mania, part of Mania week. People get drafted, and then they can say after Mania, this is the brand you belong to. So then some feuds, the blow off, oh, they're on different shows now. We can, or something. You have to do it at some point that makes sense near like the start of the year, because you don't have an off season, so you can't do it then. So I just think it doesn't matter anyways. If they want Seth Rollins and his group on SmackDown, they're going to be on SmackDown. If they want Cody Rhodes on Raw, he's going to be on Raw. It really doesn't matter. I was explaining this to my wife the other day because she was like asking. She's like, I thought this guy was here and this. I'm like, listen, that don't really matter, you know? Unless you're like a fucking underneath dude, but even then, like, you just show up wherever they need you. So anyways, bodyslam.net, I guess, said this. I don't know who's saying this, Corey Hayes or what, but the last I heard about WWE Draft was that they have been considered doing it post SummerSlam, most likely as a tie-in to the season premiere episodes in September. With the recent call-ups, there hasn't been a real reason to now reshuffle. Exactly. The roster storylines are still ongoing, so whether this means post SummerSlam PLE or post Clash in Paris PLE is yet to be determined, but in time for season premiered episodes, I would confidently say yes. Yeah, it might just be like when they know they're not going to get a rating. Oh, here's a draft, you know? They might just drop it then, but I really don't know. So WrestleMania Double or Nothing Vegas. Other people are starting to say this. Hopefully they're PWT listeners and shit, and that's why I'm seeing it around. But I'm starting to see like WWE WrestleMania Double or Nothing. Start calling it that. That's via PWT, man. We invented that here. I called it here right when he announced it as during the live watch along. So it's WrestleMania Double or Nothing in Vegas. You know, Triple H is like, we have to double down. So the decision to return to Las Vegas for WrestleMania 42 hasn't gone down well on YouTube. They got ratioed into Obliviacry. So the promo at first had 1.2 likes and then 1.8 dislikes. So people aren't happy about it. But again, those are all internet marks who likely aren't going there. Although we don't not listen to the audience. And when you do get ratioed like this, maybe you should listen a bit. But they're going to sell out and go crazy because it's in Vegas, guys. The location is key for a lot of this decision as well. And like they say in the promo, it's the sports and entertainment capital of the world. People do residencies there for a reason. That's why there's residencies there. That's why Carrot Top has sold out there for fucking 30 years now, just selling out still in Vegas, you know? Just living there, doing shows every Friday or whatever. Maybe Friday, Saturday. Every Friday, Saturday does a show. Maybe even less than that now because he's fucking Carrot Top. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason for that. They're making the smart move doing it twice in a row, and they're going to establish like a PC there and shit. Allegedly, right? So moving along here. Triple H reportedly made the call to have Jey Uso. Well, no shit, he's the fucking booker, bro. Like, Dave Meltzer thinks he's dropping bombs. Well, you know the best guy's Tony Khan, Brian, but... So Triple H reportedly made the call to have Jey Uso lose the World Heavyweight title as he wanted Gunther versus Goldberg to be for the title. Yeah, I mean, I don't want the Gunther-Goldberg match. I don't even want it to go down. Gunther's going to have to carry it, and he's not going to be able to do his crazy, like, oh, I'm going to top rope powerbomb Goldberg to put him away. He might hit one powerbomb. Can Goldberg get a big guy like Gunther up for a jackhammer? I don't know. I'm worried about that. Hughezy said it earlier. I said it before on the show. We don't need Goldberg dropping Gunther on his head now, or Cena on his head now, even though Cena would be a smart match. You just don't ever get Cena up for the jackhammer, you know, and then Cena just FUs you, because he could safely FU Goldberg for sure. But I say Logan Paul or AJ Styles should be the match, but no, they're going. I honestly, to be honest, Jey Uso, I think, would have a safer match with Goldberg than and be able to do his moves, super kick, spear, body splash. You know, you can do all that without, you know, what's Gunther's shit? Choke out. The only shit, he won't chop him. If Goldberg eats his chops and shuts me up, I'll fucking praise Goldberg forever. For sure. If he just gets the shit chopped out of him and eats a power bomb, because Goldberg can't win this either. That cannot happen. So yeah, if he want, this didn't need the title. Jay doesn't need the title though either. He's so over. I think Gunther needs the title more than Jay, just being perfectly honest. And I don't want to see Gunther Goldberg. I think that match is shit, and I would rather see a different one personally. That's just me, so maybe I'm being too harsh on it. But Dave here is Triple H booked the show he books, Brian. Can you believe that? He's trying. This is what it is. The spin is Dave trying to go, you all hate that Jey Uso lost the belt, right? Even though me, Dave Meltzer, I fucking hate Jey Uso and sports entertainment, and I just like moves. You audience, fans, WWE wrestling fans, you guys hate that they took the belt off him? That was Triple H. He's just trying to make it out like Triple H made a bad booking decision. Meanwhile, in Dave Meltzer's world, Gunther should be the guy to have the belt. He was putting Gunther over. Remember when Dave was like, well, in Europe, they're doing great stuff. He was talking about Gunther back then, and then he went to WWE, and then he stopped talking about it because he wasn't actually into any of that shit. He's just saying that because, you know, he's a mark for indie anything that wasn't WWE at the time. So Meltzer said what chronicles all this shit. And yeah, this isn't even a dumb moment yet, but Dave fucking catching him early. So Mr. Iguana states that WWE wants him to go straight to the main roster due to him being a top merchandise seller. And he tells Linea Directa TV, and he says, they told me you're not going through NXT. You're heading straight to the main roster. We need you here because your shirt is the top seller in WWE, and you're also the fastest rising star when it comes to action figures and trading cards. So does he already have an action figure? Like, here's the thing. I don't know if AAA has action figure deals in place, but this deal, the AAA stuff, is IP-based, and yeah, they're crunching the numbers and going, well, we can Psycho Clown, we can make toys out of him, or this Iguana guy, we can make dolls of him and fucking make a little iguanas that go with it, and we can sell iguana plushies, and we, you know, so they're looking at all of that, and yes, this guy's going viral, and he's fucking marketable. He's like a ShamWow. And so whether he goes to main roster or not, I don't know, but Dave Meltzer gets caught lying about this motherfucker a little bit later on, or at least I think he's lying. He stooges himself in the same sentence. He says a contradictory thing, and I love catching Dave in these. So moving along here, Omos, our fucking guy. I'm an Homo sapien. I say you stick him with Oba Femi, and they do, and I get it. Oh, they're two monster destroyers, though. I get that. But just imagine you stick them together with someone else as like a mouthpiece, and they do the whole M'Baku thing. I think that would be fucking cool. And like, what tag team could touch them? This is how you could have them walk through every tag team, you know, and then build. And then it takes like the Lucha Bros to come together and do flips and shit to thwart them or something like that. You know, their speed gets a win over the powerhouse guys. Then they get mad at each other. Then we get a big kaiju battle, and Oba Femi destroys Omos. And then we're like, holy shit, he's a new monster, pal. And then he fucking goes on to the heavyweight title or whatever, gets drafted to a show or goes to SmackDown or whatever the fuck. You could do something there with that. Maybe they don't want to do that, but I think there's a yearning for something like that. Omos can't just be, unless you want to just bring Omos in, have him squash people, reintroduce him, and then have him have a go at WWE title or have him show up. Oh, this is how you get Omos over too. But he would lose the match though, so people would bury this. But you have Omos show up as like, nah, I'm gonna fuck you up, Cena. You know what I mean? Like you have him show up and just like, I'm coming after Cena, dog. You know, that could be fun. And then Cena eventually beats him or whatever, has to cheat, hits him with the belt, FUs him or something. Who knows? Maybe R-Truth brings him up. Truth is being serious now, which could be a bit of a fumble. Because Truth being serious means that we don't get that comedic character everybody was clamoring for back. And that could be a bit of an L, man. I agree with my fellow Canadian Lance Storm there, buddy, on that one there, eh, bud? But yeah, Omos, he signed a contract extension. He says, I've been training really hard and working on some new things, and I think it's going to be a really fun ride ahead, especially because I just signed a renewal with WWE and will be there for years to come. Fucking A, man. Gotta love it. Gunther posted a compilation of fans upset at him that he beat Jey Uso for the title, and this is hilarious trolling right here. And so the picture starts, he's on a fucking private plane, drinking champagne, eating fucking pickles and nuts and cheese or something like that, right?
That's so bad.
Yeah, shout out Gunther, man. Epic trolling there. Scott D'Amore has nothing but amazing things to say about Trinity. Naomi says she has insisted on doing the right thing by losing to Jordynne Grace twice, even though he gave her the option not to. That's what it's all about. So shout out Maple Leaf Pro and Scott D'Amore. He says, she signed to go back to WWE and told me in December 23 she had every right to say, hey, I need to drop the belt quickly and I can't lose twice to Jordynne Grace during Hard to Kill weekend. I actually offered her an out to drop the title and then not do the rematch on television just days later, but she insisted on doing the right thing, passing the torch to Jordynne and giving the TNA Knockouts title full respect. That's why Naomi deserves what she's getting, man. Right now, I hope she cashes in, wins, drops at Mania, goes and starts her family, rides off in the sunset. Fucking hope the Usos get back together, make up $1 billion on their way out. So Xena Sterling is back for WWE LFG Season 2. She will be back on the show again, Season 2. Amazing. Hopefully she wins it this time. They're reusing a lot of the characters. There are reportedly 7 WWE stars earning over $5 million per year, with the highest paid star being Roman Reigns. This is per The Observer. I don't think they know shit, but that's good. They all deserve it. They all deserve a fuck ton of money. Here's a clip of R-Truth speaking of him snapping on Busted Open, snapping on Natty Neidhart. I quote tweeted this. I was like, guys, this isn't a work. He's actually mad here. You know, just trolling and shit. But here's Truth going off on LaGreca and Natty.
Who the fuck he talking to?
Yeah, I love it. Get him, Truth.
Who the fuck he talking to? Who he telling me who I am? I know who I am. I'm protecting him. You see, everybody got somebody that's trying to tell them who the fuck they are. I know who I am. I'm not the nice one. I'm driving now. Don't let nobody tell you who you are. You know you better than anybody else know. And I know me better than anybody else know me too. And they better put some respect on my name, because I am the truth. So help me.
Yeah, it's like Birdman.
Wow.
Yeah,
How you gonna tell me why I cut my hair? I do what I want to do. It ain't that nice time no more. But I'm not angry.
I love this out of Truth. I love this. And I just don't like that we're losing out on the funny guy truth. This isn't what the fans asked for back, but it's what he wants to do. So now you marks better all be fucking happy for it, you know, because it's what he wants to do now. It's on his terms. And there's rumors he was already talking to TNA and AEW and stuff, legit. And it's like, man, shut up. And maybe he was talking to TNA or something, but it's like they're always just doing too much. Everyone's always doing too much these days.
I won't be taken advantage of no more. Things gonna change around here. I'm driving now. Oh.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm here for it. Eric, I'm here for it. Ron Killings. Moving along. So Hikuleo, man, he debuted on SmackDown, dude. It's pretty crazy. Now he debuted before SmackDown, rather. So it wasn't like actually on the show, but it was before. He had a dark match. I don't even want to see footage of it. I bet he crushed it. Jackie Redmond also is doing the Oilers Florida game, and she's had more TV time these playoffs on TNT than a fucking than any AEW diva on the or AEW women's wrestler rather on the roster. Okay, there you go. Took a long way to get to that joke because I'm doing 4 things at once here. But yeah, man, Hikuleo debuted. I'm glad to see him there. He's clearly in the Tongans attire, so he will be with Solo and of course his brothers as well, his little brothers, even though he's the big little brother the way Solo is. I'd like to see Jacob take on a whole faction. I would like to see Jacob possibly team up with Cobb maybe, and then they take on this faction. I don't know, but this is a big dude who's gonna get over, and the crowd reacts to him a little bit here. But I'm excited for Hikuleo in WWE. I really am. And he took a long time. He was dealing with an injury coming out of New Japan, which is what I suspected, right? I've done a couple shows with some New Japan specialists, and that's sort of what we've expected, or that's what we suspected rather was the case. Now, also in that time, I thought he'd just be shreddy like Eddie. He isn't. He is a big dude naturally, though. He looks much bigger than he did on AEW TV. Like in AEW, he was looking kind of scrawnier than this, you know? But he has size. He can do some cool moves and shit. And I'm really excited for Hikuleo's SmackDown run and just push all the Samoans, like Hughezy said, you know? Like, see, the crowd is reacting for him. I mean, that's bigger than a Zelina Vega pop. So... And I'm like, yeah, I'm glad he's there on SmackDown. The debut could have been bigger, but this is a good way to see, well, what kind of reaction does he get? Let's gauge this. Let's show, you know, let's have it go viral this way because everyone knows he's here. And then when he does show up, maybe the crowd will react a little bit more instead of just like with Jeff Cobb, it was a little flat because people are like, who is he? But with this clip going viral, maybe like this is on WrestleOps and they almost have 1 million impressions on this alone. Maybe the next audience is like, oh shit, this is, you know, this Hikuleo guy, saw him on Twitter or whatever the fuck, you know, saw him on social media. That might be the way to go about it. And I'm excited. More Samoan action. SmackDown overall too was decent. I'm not even going to do a quick review. Jacob by himself is good. And then the ending was fun. The 4-way was fun. Shinsuke ate the pin. And the 4-ways in general were kind of fun. You know, the crowd, I want to just say this. The crowd doesn't give a fuck about the tag division. That shit absolutely sucked. The Wyatt Six fucking was trash in that match. I'm sorry, dude. Like, it was just Gacy. It was Gacy yelling at Loomis the whole match, telling him what to do and where to be and shit. Like, Loomis just looked green as shit in that match. I don't know what happened. Gacy's just yelling out everything to do. The crowd wasn't reacting. They don't care about Motor City. They should have had a longer title run. And yeah, they're all just made to look like bitches. Like even your tag champions are sitting there scared to go fight the Wyatt Six. And who gives a fuck? Okay, so Wyatt Six beats all the tag teams, and then what? You're gonna have them clean out your fucking tag division or what? It's just the same thing over and over again. It was Friday the 13th, and they got a match. So are they getting another match next week? I hope so. But yeah, so far it's like this is what people were scared was going to happen with the Wyatt Six, unless you have them just destroy everyone and like what, go after the WWE title. What do you do with these guys? They're in like a weird feud with the tag champs and the tag division where they want to take out all the tag teams, okay, with different combos of them. So is it Eric Rowan and Uncle Howdy next time? I don't fucking know, but to me, you got to figure it out, and you got to figure it out with the Machine Guns, man. They should have had a longer SmackDown title run, you know, where they're taking out all the fucking tag teams in the division, and then they drop them to the Wyatt Six, who are like, "Oh, we want to test your brotherhood. Like, you know, we haven't seen this type of, like, you know, you're outsiders, and now you're here, and we are not akin to this brotherhood type shit." You could have done that. And then the evil Street Profits can come in and be more serious and then beat the Wyatt Six or whatever. But instead, it's just this weird, like, they hot potato the titles around. No one cares about MCMG. Crowd doesn't react at all. And then the Wyatt Six just do the same shit. And then when they do have a match, it's just not that good. And Gacy's yelling at Loomis because they're not on TV touching these teams enough, man. So I don't know. But the ending was real good. There was great. The crowd was hot for like Punk shit and stuff like that. Truth was all Cena running around backstage, throwing a tantrum. That was all great shit. You know, he made multiple appearances that night. Speaking of appearances, Tiffy, she cut a great promo as well. And here's Tiffy yelling, "It's Tiffy time," then throwing one of the worst opening game pitches of all time.
All right, Tiffy, it's your pitch.
Yeah, I don't know. Shout her out, man. It don't matter. Don't matter you throw like a girl. You are a girl. So Secretary Kennedy, RFK, met up with Stephanie McMahon and Triple H, and he said, "Met today with Triple H and Stephanie McMahon to strategize about the upcoming President's Council on Sports Fitness and Nutrition." And then Triple H said, "Thank you for having us, RFK, always striving to do whatever we can to help make our nation's youth as healthy as they can be." Fuck yeah. I'm all about that. Now RFK is a bit of a crackpot, you know, but it's, and I wonder how much of that is just because of his voice. But I think we need to promote health, though. That's a really important thing. And even in Canada, so you guys know, like, there's a bunch of shit in America that you guys have for like treats and stuff that are banned here. Because it's like, whoa, you know, you can't put that in food, bro. So I don't know where RFK really stands on all that shit. But I know he's like, you know, there's pictures of him eating McDonald's, but then he's like, we need to stop bad food. So I agree with, I think it was Ocho Cinco who said, I forget which, it might have been Terrell Owens, but someone, like, they're famous. They're a wide receiver in the NFL, famous for eating McDonald's and shit. And he's like, you have to callous your stomach. Like, if you don't eat shit from time to time, then if you do, that's when you get sick. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta eat it once in a while, and it is good for the body. If you work out, to eat a pizza is not bad for you. To scarf one down and go work out the next day or work out later that day, if you just don't do it all the time, it's not bad for you, you know? But with that being said, with Triple H and all of that, I hope they, like, WWE is a good avenue to promote healthiness to children and shit. So I'm all about that. And it's like Hughezy said earlier, people were triggered by this shit? Like, what the fuck? Are they not supposed to go and want people to be healthy? I don't understand. But anyways, though, at Citi Field, before she threw out that terrible pitch, Tiffy Time was meeting up with the Mets and their representatives and all of that and getting her own jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, WWE Universe, welcome to Citi Field. And tonight, it is my privilege to honor the WWE superstar, Tiffany Stratton, with her own City Connect jersey. Welcome to the New York Mets.
Thank you so much.
You are quite welcome. And of course, we know what time it is. What time do you have?
It's Tiffany
Tiffany
time!
time!
Let's go!
Let's go, Max! Ladies and gentlemen.
Good shit. Okay. So Kathy Kelly and Trish Stratus will both be featured in the film Karate Ghosts. Karate Ghost. We'll watch it on Patreon, guys. So become a patron. I'll watch it with you guys, and we'll EFAP it. But yeah, she got cast as well. This is some straight to like fucking streaming shit from back in the day. Remember your cable things would be like movies on demand before like Netflix was a big thing. That's what this sounds like. Karate Ghost, you know? What the fuck? But yeah, we will definitely watch that on Patreon. So Nikki Bella addressed her mispronouncing Stephanie Vaccair's name on WWE Raw. Let's take a listen.
Oh my gosh. And then, even though it's only a few people that have said stuff, but I can't tell you how many times I went over Stephanie Vaccair's, I feel like I'm still saying it wrong, her last name. I even was asking her, but she says it, of course, in a beautiful Latina accent.
Girl, you're half Mexican.
Well, when I would repeat it after her, she's like, perfect. Like I was saying it amazing. But then you get in your head and then I'm like, wait, I can't let myself be hooked on just one last name or then I'm going to mess
Stephanie Vaccair.
everything up because, you know, they're like, I wanted to say a bunch of people's names. And so I didn't want to get too hooked on hers. But then I was asking people like, oh, they're like, no, you just say it like Vaccair, like think care at the end.
I remember when I was saying it like Vaccair and someone said to me in chat or in the comments, that's the worst pronouncing like I've ever heard of her name. And then I was right, you motherfuckers. So you say Vacker, that was wrong.
You know? And then I'm like, okay, but then I wanted to say it with some spice. So I got to work on that. I'm so bad. Like pronouncing you and I with our pronunciation at times.
Don't even ask me because I butcher everyone's name. I butcher every single word known to the English dictionary.
They're straight wine drunk on this pod though. Just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it. I've seen them enough times on Total Bellas to know, or Total Divas to know when they've been sipping something super saucy. You know what I mean?
And I'm at a point in my life where I don't even apologize anymore. It is what it is. It's
You know.
called Briism language.
Yeah, breeze on that white wine. So WWE NXT Women's Champion Jacy Jane revealed that she's still not undergone a second surgery to fix her septum after breaking her nose in 3 places in April 2024 and currently can't breathe out of her nose at all. Yeah, do you know why? Because they're going to go re-break it and then fucking fix it. You just don't even want to do that. There's a UFC fighter, Dricus du Plessis, and he's from South Africa, and his nose was fucked up, and he was always breathing through his mouth, so everyone thought he was gassed, but he won the world title. This is my fucking guy, too, Dricus. And he waited till he won the title. And then he's like, hey, then I'm going to take my time off because I get my money and then I know money's coming in. He's like, so I take my time off, get my nose fixed. So he finally got it fixed. And it's just from getting it smashed so many times, kickboxing. And because before he got into MMA, he was a kickboxer. And then now he got it fixed to where he can breathe out of it. But now he's the champ and he's like, it adds an extra layer to his game now, you know? I can breathe out my fucking nose now. Now everyone's in trouble. So yeah, sometimes like for Jacy, it's like you just don't even want to go through it yet. Why? You know, like just breathe out the mouth, make do, and fucking get it done later, you know, when you're not like on a title run or you're not making money or whatever, you know. It's something they can do, like God forbid, but let's say she like hurts a tricep, they can just go take care of her nose. Right now, they're like, you want to be women's champ? Yeah, fuck it. I'll take care of my nose later. So good on her, you know. And she's a pretty gal, but she does got a big schnauzer, and I'm not hating on that, but like, you know, that motherfucker hurt to break, you know, right? Like it's that's a fucking big snout to snap there. So that's got to be shitty. You break it in so many places. I just, you know, good on her, like just toughing that out and being able to work out and stay in, like she's in tremendous shape, and to stay like that, just breathing out your mouth, that's got to be tough, man. Nikki Bella has addressed criticisms of Io Sky, saying that she paved the way. I broke this down before too. She did, man. The Bellas got the greatest women's roster in the history of WWE that's coming or is right now currently developing, you could say, is an NXT. And a bunch of them, all of them are like, well, especially all the NIL folks, They're like, well, I only got into wrestling because I saw the Bellas. A bunch of people in LFG and shit, they say that. Like, it's because I watched Total Divas, I'm even into WWE. So they're not capping here, even though people want to talk shit. Like, Nikki was the transition between, it was divas, but then you had people who could work, like Alicia Fox and Natalia. You had a couple people who could work, you know? And then she was in that era over to the Charlottes and the fucking Paiges and the Emmas and the Becky Lynches and all that. And then she faded out, and she can come back. And I mean, I think Nikki deserves her flowers, and the Bella Twins in general deserve their flowers.
Understand that, like, you know, they'll hear like, what do you know, hear about you paving a way, because, you know, some people make comments when Io Sky said it to me, and
they're called marks.
No, I know, but what they don't realize is paving the road isn't just about doing moves and what happened in the ring. It's also what happened outside of the ring and what it's done for women's wrestling as a whole. And I get for some of the young people or some of the ignorant men, let's just be honest. I don't even give a shit. They don't get it, right? Because they're just thinking moveset and they're thinking wins and championships. They don't think of the overall picture. And majority of the time it's because they're not a woman. They've never had a fight for what we've had to fight for.
Pickard. We got Pickard in that, boys.
One, not only are they not a
undefeated these playoffs
woman, they're not a WWE superstar.
Right.
So they don't understand it, right? But so a road paved is, you know, women that did so much more than that because they were fighting to do more of that moveset, more of what happens in the ring. So there had to be a huge fight outside of it. That's why, you know, when I said last night, and like, you'll get this, and I know a lot of people will.
The Oilers have had this and Florida shout them out 2 years back to back of two of the greatest finals of all time, of back and forth, seemingly going to game 7 or just back and forth games with tremendous goalie plays, tremendous games where there's lots of scores, a breakaway there. We just got stuffed by Bobrovsky. Anyways, though, moving along.
It's amazing to see like women pick up your blood, sweat, and tears. Hold on to that. And I'm talking not just me, not just you, every woman from the past, right? That fought for women. Take that and make something even bigger with it, because that's what you want. And that is what these women right now.
Yeah, they're both sipping that wine, I can tell.
Are doing.
Or they did before.
From what they, you know, they're understand that.
Yeah, I get what she's getting at 100%. And she's right. I'm with her on that. I love the Bellas. So this was announced out of nowhere. Someone was in the arena. Boletos a la venta el jueves 19 de junio. So Monterey, Domingo, 27 de julio, WWE Super Show in Mexico. Ole. See. So in July, WWE is doing a big Super Show in Mexico. Amazing. It should be just like a live show or whatever. Good for them. They want like a Raw there bad in Mexico, but they'll get it eventually, man. You just got to let them when the timing's right. But or maybe they air this Super Show. Do a fucking PLE, dude. It would be insane if they just like filmed and aired it. WWE superstar Jade Cargill to make acting debut opposite Jonathan Majors in action thriller True Threat. You guys, come on, man. That's awesome for her. That's really good for Jade, man. She's going to be with Jonathan Majors in True Threat. Right? Jonathan Majors, people tried to cancel him. I guess he here's the thing, bro. The footage you see of them, this is the footage I saw, and I'm tapped out. This is all I know. I saw footage of like his girl's like beating him up. He's like trying to get away from her. So at that point, it's like, well, where does mutual, now I don't agree with ever putting hands on a woman, but if she's like attacking you and you need to like do a push away to get away, at what point does the mutual combat come in? You know what I mean? I don't know, man. If they're a couple, like, Jesus Christ, I don't know. I'm not in their personal life. The thing is that this is where I think it's fucked up on his end. If you watch the footage, right? He runs away from her, literally sprints away from her. And then she's like chasing him, but he's so fast, he just gets away. And then she stops and talks to like a group of dudes who are like, and she's like, help me or whatever the fuck, or whatever's going on, whatever she's saying. And then he comes back to her. And like, this is all caught on CCTV camera. Then he like sees that she's talking to dudes and like gets jealous or something, then comes back over. Like, bro, you being toxic right now. Like, get the fuck away. You got away from her. go, so that relationship shit is messy. It's nobody's fucking place to judge. We're not in their homes. We don't see their texts. We don't know what happens, but I'm glad he's getting a second chance, as I believe in second chances. And people have said there's other stories of other people he dated. I'm not privy to any of that. I just know the high profile thing that got him kicked out of being Kang, because I've been wondering how the fuck they're going to fix that in the MCU. But he's been dating, I think, Megan Good for a while, and they're chilling. And so, I mean, I believe in a second chance, and he's a great actor. I mean, there's no reason he shouldn't be allowed to make an action movie. And what a great, but I mean, here's the thing. Unless Jade's a really good actress, though, this could be a bad sign for him in his career. Like, oh, is this some B-level action movie shit? And he's just doing these like streamer movies now type thing. Could be that, but I don't know. I'm going to hold out and say Deadline's reporting on it, and hopefully Jade does a good job acting in her like debut, her full-on debut. So Diva Down. I don't know if this is Kit Wilson or who, but somebody's fucking hurt and pretty deadly, and I am not happy about it. It's supposed to be a Yes Boy summer, and now Kit and Elton, who haven't been on fucking shows lately, so I can't fangirl over them like I want to. And it's supposed to be a Yes Boy summer, and they're getting hurt on fucking main event. Chat saying they're jumping right to Doom. They're going to explain the Kang stuff. Allegedly, they're going to explain it in a way that we're all going to be like, oh, okay. And there might even be a recast. WWE Hall of Famer Trish Stratus will be on next week's episode of SmackDown. So we got that announced. That's good shit right there. Some Stratusfaction guaranteed on SmackDown next week. Natalya reveals that Nikki Bella recently rejected the chance to have her own locker room during this WWE run. So she tells the Toronto Sun, yesterday in the locker room, they wanted to get Nikki her own locker room, and they were like, we're going to get Nikki Bella her own room. By the way, when Tony Khan runs these big buildings too, all the time, that's a part of it, hey? Like, you got people with their own dressing rooms and all this shit, and they all have their contracts where they need to be. That's another reason why we're all like, why do they go to these big buildings? Because everyone has these fucking clauses in their deals. Anyways, that's another conversation. But Nikki Bella turned that down. She said, no, I don't want to change in my own locker room. And this is what I love about Nikki. She goes, I want to change with the rest of the girls. I want to be in the locker room with the rest of the girls. Now, a lot of people, too, they have buses, and they just use their bus, and they go right back to their bus after matches. Apparently, Randy Orton isn't that way either. He has his bus, but he fucking goes and changes with the boys and shit. And he hangs out in the locker room, and that's how it should be, I think, right? So to wrap up WWE news, we have Rikishi fucking going off on WWE and TKO as he does. So first, Rikishi believes WWE should fire the writers responsible for Jey Uso's creative. Well, those writers helped get him to where he is now, Keish, and also it's on Triple H, the booker. And he says, I'd say fire those who are writing for this kid. All of a sudden, you can't think of you can't write for Jay. If you can do your job, I'd say best endeavor. If you can't do your job. And then also he gets mad in this other clip about TKO with Roman Reigns' salary and shit. And guys, just because the news is leaked out there doesn't mean they don't want to pay him. Like, dirt sheets make shit up all the time. But let's listen to what the Keister has to say.
Here's what I feel. I feel that those are writing for this kid. His storyline, you didn't do him justice. You didn't feed this champion right talent to be able to continue to make this champion. Not a fair shot in my eyes. So you go 51 days. I say fire. Fire those that are writing for this kid here. If you can't come up with some...
Okay, you're fine.
Something simple to promote and push your champion, that you, not me, you decide to put this kid in that position. And then that's it. All of a sudden, the brains done went, just cloudy, like you can't write. you can't think of an angle for Jay. Well, if you can't do your job, I say, best endeavors. Get the hell out the way. Put somebody in that position. Because the longer you keep the belt on this kid, the longer we talk about what's good for business. Merchandise sales to the roof.
Anyone smell what the quiche's cooking? I don't, but my wife's making tacos. I know that much.
That's what it is. Last I knew. If you can't make money for the company, why are you in that position? So now they passed the belt on to Gunther. For whatever reason. Hey, I ain't got no beef with Gunther. I ain't got no beef with any of those that are on the roster. I ain't got no beef with that. And if I do, I'm going to say it to your face because that's just the type of man I am.
I'll say it behind your back.
But let me back up.
We'll save it on my fucking pod and monetize it.
Good luck. Good luck if that's what your choice is to go that way. But let me back up and continue my thoughts.
I want it that way.
On my son as far as, his run as the world champion. I didn't think it was justice. I didn't think it was fair. 51 days, that was it. I mean, in a Continental belt, a short run, that was it. Like, what is it? What is it against my boy that you just feel like when you had done that to Randy Orton, if you threw the belt on Randy Orton for him, would you have done that to, John Cena? I mean, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a point. Orton's had it so much times. I think he fumbled it around a couple times, but that's semantics. He does have a point, but I think there's just a greater picture. Like Goldberg isn't going to be there forever. Or here's what it is, though. Jay's going to fight John Cena for the WWE title, and everybody wonders who's going to be. Like John's got to drop it to someone eventually. Is it Cody Rhodes? What if it's Uso? And then Cody Rhodes turns evil on his former tag team partner, brother, Jey Uso. I was supposed to be the one to stop Cena. You took that from me. You're supposed to be my brother. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom. There you go. Then you get Jey, evil Cody Rhodes fucking feud. Like, maybe that's the greater picture. He beats Cena for the WWE. So we're getting that match, too. You'd be fucking stupid not to do it.
Because last I knew, the last time we seen WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas, damn it, he had the whole arena. The whole arena. Yeet. Yeet, yeet, yeet your motherfucking ass yeet. So come on. Come on. Somebody tell me. Tell me, what is it?
Tell me why he ain't nothing but a...
The bloodline has gave our heart and soul to this industry. 75 plus years.
Tell me why.
Past, present, and future. And damn it, this is the way we treat it. This is the way y'all look at us.
I never want to hear you say.
That's just ain't right, man. Ain't right. We've never been a problem. We've always been the source. The last I knew, the bloodline from Roman Reigns all the way down to the Usos, continuing on to Sepha, Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu.
What?
The last I knew, back when it was COVID, fans were on the screen of TV. Who kept WWE afloat? Come on. You want to talk? Y'all want to go there? Let's go facts, man. Let's do facts.
He's right, but the fucking Usos have made so much money.
This was way before TKO came in the picture.
But I like that he cuts these promos, man, because at least it's fucking interesting to listen to. He's like hot at WWE, but he knows. He sees his boys. He knows how much money they made. Right? The last few years, bro. He knows what's up.
For a fair opportunity. fair.
Speaking of pay, this is about Roman Reigns now. He's like, oh, they don't want to pay him the 15 million or whatever. They'll pay him. And Tony Khan, if you have fucking balls, 20 million. Say, Roman, 20 million, 10 appearances this year. Appearances. Show him what's up. See if you can do it.
So y'all say that, you know, what's out there? You know, now, you know, the news is this. Y'all put it out there. I see it. My team bring it to me. And I'm going to speak on it. I'll talk about that. Now you're trying to cut, you know, Roman Reigns' fee. Here's a guy that main event WrestleMania. 6 main events. And
more than that. I think it's more than 6, right?
More to come because he still look great. He can still draw. Y'all miss him. Y'all do the math. Every WrestleMania. What WWE and TKO and all. Well, you do the math. That's a lot of money. That's a bunch of money.
Yeah, dude.
And guess whose face was on that? Leading that. I didn't make this up. Y'all did. Y'all put it out there. I seen the same flyer y'all seen.
Yeah, dude.
Roman Reigns.
He's making the big bucks. He's primed to make the big bucks.
Bloodline member. Jey Uso. Bloodline member. Trinity Fatu.
What?
Bloodline member.
What?
That's all I'm saying. Hey, let's not make up stories about bullshit. If you're done with it, say it. You want to move on? Say it. But damn it, I'll be damned I won't sit back and you try to erase the history of our family.
It's the opposite, bro. Your whole family was a fucking video game that just came out.
Of what we put into this business. Give us our flowers. Or not, I tell you what, giving us our flowers, we taking it.
Yeah, you guys took it, man. Roman took it, bro.
It's one thing that boils Kishi's blood up is when you start to, you know, disrespect the family of what we've done for this business, this industry. I mean, man, y'all forget about it. Peter Maivia. Y'all forget about Sika.
What? No, you know, I like when Quiche goes off because it's like you never really hear about his pod, but then he just goes off on these rants and then they go pretty viral. And I like that he at least has a hot take, although I think he's just working mostly. I don't think he gives a fuck this much personally. I think he's just like knows if he says some crazy ass shit. He's just smart. He knows it's going to get eyeballs on him. And yeah, I like that at least he has a hot take. Like people get mad at Russo. I like Russo's willing to say some shit, you know?
For a fair.
He's actually willing to be like, everyone's a mark, and then everyone starts talking about it. So shout out Quiche, man. But they're getting paid, brother. You know that. Quiche knows that. He's just working fans right now and cutting a hot promo. So we all share about it and talk about it on our show. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. For 2 says, hey, Rikishi, you know they are paid actors, right? Yes, he does. That's why this is a work, right? So if people get fucking worked up by what Quiche is saying, you're being worked, you know?
Dirt bags and lily pickers.
But because he knows, he sees how much money his boys make, you know, his sons. He knows like Jey Uso's probably made more in this year than Quiche may have made like half his WWE career. Maybe even more than that. And that's not like being disparaging either. Just being honest. So he knows that, but he knows if he cuts, like everyone was anticipating, oh, Quiche is going to come in with a wild ass promo, isn't he? And he did. So we knew that was going to happen. And so he knew to just cut a spicy promo whenever it comes to Jey. He knows what he's doing. Chat, man. We need some flutes in the fucking chat because we got to make fun of Dave Meltzer or a character named Wave Seltzer who's similar because this is all parody. Nobody's real. And I want to see an abundance of flutes in the chat for our next segment. He does give a fuck. He's Samoan. They blood run hot. Yeah, I know, dude. I know family members here in San Francisco don't mess with the wrestling. No, I agree. And I know he's probably hot about the world title, but like just the extra he's doing is just, he knows what gets clicks, man. He's a worker. Wrestlers are workers, bro, at the end of the fucking day. Okay? And him shooting on TKO, like that is going to hurt his family more than anything unless he's just working, you know? That's the way I look at it. Maybe I'm wrong, but like obviously he wants Jay to be the longest reigning world champ. That's his family for sure. But do you really think he just read some random dirt sheet article that could have made up that they don't want to pay Roman as much? They're going to pay Roman whatever he wants, or he's just going to go and do Hollywood. Okay. And I saw a comment too. Someone was like, oh, I think he'll stay in WWE to make connects. No, he made all the WWE connects, guys. That's why you go to Hollywood and make connects in Hollywood. You know, he made all the connects in pro wrestling he can. He's going to Hollywood. Roman is. Hughezy called that shit. The boy is done soon, and good on him. You know? But just be ready for it. Be ready for it. Okay, flutes in the chat. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. If you're on X, consider subscribing over on YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Come subscribe to my channel. We're almost at 7,000 subs, and we're almost at 2,000 on the other channels. So go and run the subs up. Hit like, hit dislike. Consider becoming a member. Check out my Patreon. You can super chat in. You can gift a membership. That's how you can support this channel. Or just leave a comment or hit a retweet or tell a friend. That's another fun free way you can support as well. I appreciate you all. Huge turnout for an early show. Usually I don't start till now. You know what I mean? So huge turnout. Round of applause for the PWT Universe today. And ladies and gentlemen, let's get flutes in the chat for everybody's favorite segment. I'm going to tee it up, actually. But just give me one moment here because I do need to hydrate. I've been rabble-rousing and rambling around and for a minute here, and I just do need to hydrate, and so I'm going to do that and just stay checking in with chat. Also, the Oilers got scored on, so I don't know how I feel about that, you know? I'm kind of pissed, but also we play better when we come from behind. Come from behind? Oh, what is this, like a Diddy party? Oh, go. But yeah, we play better when we're like desperate, you know, on the Oilers side. So I'm okay with that, but we cannot lose this fucking home game. Like I will legit cry. Anyways, though. Hydrate with water. Yeah, I have a soda water here. It is pineapple coconut flavor. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. Okay, here we go. It is time for everybody's favorite segment across the entire IWC. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Wave Seltzer had this to say back in 2021 on Seth Rollins in 2019. So this is like Time Cop. It's like Time Cop. So we're going back to 2021 to talk about something in 2021, but we're talking about something that happened in 2019, but now it's in 2025 where we get an update. So it's kind of like we're in 2019 and 2025 and 2021 when AEW was at its peak. Time Cop. So Meltzer talks about Rollins in 2019, but he does it in 2021 about fake blood and how it's gross, and there's nothing more gross and fake than fake blood to me, Brian. So let's listen to what Meltzer said back in 2021 about Rollins in 2019.
briefly. Anthony Ogogo versus
Time Cop.
Austin Gunn. They actually let Austin Gunn survive one of the punches to the gut. They actually did a quick spot early. He gets punched in the gut. He survives that one. He gets hit another time.
Too. There was the third one that finished him.
And finally, it was a pop-up punch that ended it. And then Cody hit the ring with the American flag. Ogogo grabs it. He throws it up in the air. Cody furiously tries to not let it touch the ground. And we had the big stare down afterwards. So, match is on.
Obviously they're protecting Anthony Ogogo. They're doing the Nikita Koloff thing with him, except the British Nikita Koloff, and not with the body, but with the punch instead of the Russian.
Oh my God. Yeah, we get it, Dave. Except for he's British. That's in the UK, Brian.
Sicko, but the same build.
They speak Britanese over there. I study the business.
And
I study the Britons, Brian.
I tell you what, I thought, this was very, very short, but Austin Gunn did a good job here. Real good job.
We had Alex with Daniels and Kazarian, and he wants.
Okay, so what the fuck is Meltzer said what on about here? Let's play this clip. Blood and guts.
So I think he's trying to do the same thing and to get them to, and then go in there and go, you sponsors, you don't want to be sponsoring these guys because they're going to be doing blood and guts. And while at the same time, there's nothing more like.
Oh, here, this was the clip we were getting at. So that was just more goofy Meltzer shit, I guess. But this is the clip I was talking about.
It's fake blood, but to me, there's nothing more gross when it comes to the blood than the idea. I mean, there's no more blood and guts than a guy coughing, throwing up blood, which is what he did out of the mouth. To me, that's more graphic and brutal than a head cut, because you see head cuts.
So Dave is literally saying when Rollins, was coughing up blood, that's literal blood and guts, and there's nothing grosser than that. But their show's just called Blood and Guts, Brian. So who cares? That's what he's getting at here. This is in 2019.
In every sport, every combat sport, there's guys bleed from the head all the time. But coughing up blood, you don't see guys cough up blood in boxing matches, and if they do, they would stop the match immediately. Or in
Dave, that is not true. Like, okay, maybe if you're coughing up blood, like fake the way Kenny Omega was, like an alien's about to burst out of your chest. Yes, but Dave, people get hit with body shots and spit blood up all the time. How do you fucking just say some shit like that?
In MMA fights. So to me,
you see that shit all the time. You just don't know because like their nose is also bleeding. But Dave, yes, people piss blood after sparring. After just doing body shot training, and toughening your midsection up, you'll go and piss blood that day, Dave. Take a kickboxing class. Maybe some Taibo, Brian.
That's a lot more, as far as on the brutal side than anything, than, a bloodbath pro wrestling match. But whatever, it's all the same. I mean, it's either you're doing graphic blood or you're not. And blood streaming from a guy's mouth is graphic blood either way.
And he said there's nothing grosser. I think it's the grossest, right? So then listen to what he has to say about, let's contrast it now to what he had to say about Kenny Omega in this moment, where, who was it, Awful made it look like he was in a pie eating contest. Holy shit, was that hilarious, dude. It was one of the funniest things ever. Now let's read what Dave writes about. Brian Alvarez also tweeted out, he's like, oh, it was fantastic. It was sensational. Dave had this to say in The Observer. It also should be noted that 4 days after McMahon said this, he produced a graphic. Oh, he doesn't compare it, but maybe we have a comparison later. But Alvarez was like, it was a fantastically done angle. So again, Dave won't be appalled by this, but even in The Observer, look what he wrote about Rollins. He produced a graphic bloody angle involving Rollins and Lesnar that was blood and guts as possible. See, and then this is how you know he's a fucking shill. So even back then, he's going, well, this was as blood and guts as possible, reader. So if you're offended by blood and guts over there, this is real life blood and guts. He's such a fucking redact, man. It drives me nuts, bro. He's just old and senile. That's why I feel bad. He's got to really tap out. Just pass it to Brian. Seth Rollins and Lesnar. That was a blood and guts as possible, not a simple blade job and facial blood like you would see literally any night watching a combat sport like MMA or boxing, but a beating with Rollins coughing up blood and the portrayal of internal bleeding, which is the ultimate in blood and guts, which is the ultimate. I am the ultimate, which is the ultimate in blood and guts. Dave, so he's just making up artificial rules. If you cough up blood, that's real blood and guts. So why aren't you outraged at that? This fake blood and guts over here is just the name of a show, and they're just going to cut their own heads. And then a year later, they're going to fucking stab needles through themselves and then do exploding super boots and thumbtack kicks. What the fuck, Dave? You're an idiot. Oh my God. Whether his motive was to spook TNT into restrictions that he won't have and thus he can go farther. The same thing was happened during the Monday Night Wars when McMahon had a few restrictions on USA, and until advertisers started complaining, he had to tone down. So look at the difference too. So here's Rollins spitting up some blood back then. That's blood and guts, Brian. Here's Omega. He looks like fucking a xenomorph is about to fucking burst out of his chest and start fighting with a predator. Right? Like, come on, man. Dave is such a fucking idiot. I love doing these little dissections of him. And Shadow Meltzer said, what? My fucking brada. Okay? And so here's how Dave actually compared the shit. This is his, well, he doesn't compare it, but this is his review now. So we looked at all the reviews of the Omega stuff. We looked at the Pit and the Rollins stuff, rather, how he reacted to that. It's blood and guts, Godzooks, Brian. We compared the two bloody pictures of who's spitting up blood and what's real blood and guts and what amount and what quantifies as what. We went over all the past stuff. We're caught up now. Here's what he has to say about Kenny's angle here. This pie eating contest looking blood spitting up angle here.
And he again asks, why is this match not involving Takeshita or Fletcher? And Kenny says, cut the shit, dude. We've heard enough. I've been there, done that. I've beaten them. If they want a shot at the belt, they got to get in line like everything else. This match is me and Okada. There's no trick in your book you can pull to ruin that. Don says, well, kid, you didn't know this one, did you? And Okada jumps Omega from behind. He beats him down. Callis throws in a police baton. Okada hits him right in the guts and the diverticulitis. The fans chant, you sold out. Okada goes up top, and he actually jumps for the flying elbow, lays him out on the stretcher. Chris Daniels runs down to the ring as they're trying to stretcher Omega out.
You know it's bad when you're like, oh, Okada jumped, guys. Isn't it celebratory time? And listen to how he's just marking out over this shit. Now, it wasn't bad, but like just the story behind, you can't mark out this hard when the story's been this bad. And Okada joining the Callis family, why? And then Kenny sold it that cheesy. I'm sorry. It just, I don't know why you'd geek out this hard about this.
Okada ends up dropping old Daniels, and then he gets on the apron, and he hits a flying elbow off the apron onto Omega on the stretcher. And Omega does this absolutely disgusting vomiting up blood spot all over his white shirt. The place is gasping. They're freaking out. Alex Marvez runs after Okada and Callis as they're leaving. Don is screaming, they're going to kill us. We got to get out of here. And they jump in this vehicle. They just zoom out of there. They actually showed a replay of this later in the show. It's like, oh my God. They got everything I've been asking for years, all in one segment.
Yeah, WWEing it up, TV formatting, Hollywooding it up. And now the sickos love it. It was amazing, Brian.
They gotta make use of that stuff.
This was an incredible angle. And like
they gotta make use of that stuff. Yeah, do a real angle for once. Fuck.
It's just great because now Don Callis is involved. He's back with Kenny Omega. He's trying, he's going to screw him one last time.
Why? Why is that great? We've seen that a million times already. We want to see him just move on with his faction and get them gold like he keeps promising them. You guys, oh, man.
He's got Okada. Omega's injured. Oh, man. I loved it. It was great.
and also sets up Okada and Takeshita to have a split.
At some point, that's coming, yeah.
Yeah.
It sets up Okada and Takeshita to have a split so that they can wrestle each other. It sets that up. No, it doesn't. Well, like, I mean, kind of, but this is what I mean. It's just fantasy 2K mark booking. Well, we just want to see Okada Takeshita. Like, that should be where we're heading, and Okada should be laying down for Takeshita, not rehashing this old shit that New Japan marks were into 10 years ago.
And Takeshita to have a split.
At some point, that's coming, yeah.
Yeah.
We had Kyle Fletcher and Anthony Bowens with
And so why did Okada leave the Bucks, though? That without reason, that automatically makes this trash.
Adam Cole doing commentary.
But no mention of that's real blood and guts, Brian. It's appalling. How could they do this? So Meltzer said, I'm shocked to learn that the fake max numbers BJ Bethel put out that we all knew were fake, that all the Stan media knew were fake, were in fact fake. And then Mr. Nobody says, brother, if you think they aren't doing well on Max, just look at the WWE counter programming. They're doing that because Nick Khan knows the real numbers. This guy's in tune. So again, just a fucking idiot. And then Dave Meltzer goes, Nick Khan doesn't know the real numbers. I know better than anyone how much he knows about the media landscape. But if Tony Khan and Adam Silver doesn't know, how is Nick Khan going to know? And then meanwhile, Dave won't corroborate Bethel. But then Bethel says Dave corroborated him and fucking Tony Khan did. But here's the fucking problem is that Meltzer claims that Tony doesn't know the numbers either. So it's a incestuous clusterfuck of douchebags just telling fucking lies, trying to, get tell me lies, sweet little lies. They're just lying to each other and pushing this shit out, and a bunch of sickos are just repeating this dumb shit. But anyways, he says, but if Tony Khan and Adam Silver don't know, how is Nick Khan going to know? Yeah, no, you're right. On Dave Meltzer's ratings for Worlds Collide, Octagon Jr., Mr. Iguana, and Aerostar versus Dragon Lee, Lince Dorado, and Cruz del Toro, 4.25. Stephanie Vacker and Lola Weiss and Lola Weiss versus Dalys and Chick Tormenta, 2 stars. Santos Escobar, Angel Humberto versus Cycle Clown, Pagano, and El Hijo, 3.5. Ethan Page versus Phoenix versus Javon versus Laredo, 4.5. El Hijo versus Gable, 4.75. Now, I mean, I like the El Hijo Gable match, but he rates this higher than Hogan The Rock at Mania 18. It just doesn't math. We know we caught you, but at least he's like being fair with his ratings. I guess you don't know it's fair because he just makes shit up. Ron Killings was negotiating with other companies as late as last Wednesday. He just wants everyone to think, and BJ Bethel said this, truth was going to AEW. No. Bethel talks to Meltzer. Meltzer says he was negotiating with other companies Wednesday. Bethel's a redact, so he goes, that was AEW. And then Dave has to come out and go, well, he was talking to TNA. Probably wasn't talking to any of them. Or maybe he was, but he wasn't answering for WWE. It's all good. None of that matters right now, but it's just Dave getting it in idiots' heads. This is how he does this. He says something dumb to Bethel, and then Bethel just runs with it. And then Dave has to go, I don't corroborate. Actually, I meant TNA, Brian. It's so stupid. So Mr. Iguana reportedly had backstage heat. This according to Dave. Mr. Iguana had backstage heat for his recent comments about skipping NXT and going straight to the main roster. And then listen to this. So Dave gets caught lying here, okay, about Mr. Iguana. He was reportedly brought into NXT this past week to sign a new deal with the company. So Dave, liar! He has heat with the company and they brought him in to secure a deal?
Liar!
What?
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Hey, he has heat with us, but he's here to secure a deal. But you should know that he has heat with saying he's going to skip the... I mean, I guess both things could be true. But, okay, why the fuck... You're just making up he got heat, or whoever told you that said he has heat, or they mean like he has heat as in he's heating up, bro, and he's tip-top into the sale charts and shit. Like, or what is heat? Oh, they told him just don't say that again. I just don't know what Dave's saying. So, and then even Cultaholic, like they're quoting Dave here in bold letters. Mr. Iguana had heat backstage. And then the next thing, why isn't this emboldened? He was reportedly brought into NXT to sign a new deal with the company. Why didn't you embolden that? Cultaholic, you fucking geeks. I don't know why they don't. Well, we know why. They love Dave, man. But it's like, why don't you guys just shoot straight? Those are two separate posts, at least, you know? You have heat with us, but let us sign you up. So then Dave has this to say. There are reportedly issues from one side due to the Miz and AEW talent, Wardlow and Camille, being featured on American Gladiators. Why would there be heat? WWE doesn't care. Wardlow and Camille, they're going to sign them, and they're not on AEW TV ever. So why do they give a fuck? There's heat from one side. Yeah, Dave, Tony texted you melting down, or you're lying about this. WWE don't give a fuck. Right? Miz might not even work there much longer. But yeah, so Julian Weeks points this out. Like, did he have heat, or was he brought in to get a contract, bro? I mean, I guess two things could be true, but why did they embolden the one part and shit? It's just stupid. So Ospreay versus Swerve Strickland at Summer Blockbuster got 5.25 stars. Right? And I just respond to this. I say, Dave Meltzer claims these are objective star ratings, and that's what he claims. That's why when people go, oh, why do you care? Because he claims it's objective, bro, and it's not. We want to point out it's not. So I write, these are objective ratings, and he scored things he doesn't necessarily like higher when it's warranted. The only criteria he's ever given over the years is that it's based on how the crowd is moved and reacts. So the crowd was moved more during this than Hogan versus Rock at Mania 18 or RVD versus Cena at ECW One Night Stand. To get 5.5. That's what I just don't get. It's okay. Just because Ospreay gets all his moves in doesn't mean it's a 5-star match, Dave. And that's why we know you just base it on moves. In regards to Ron Killings' return, WWE didn't want fans hijacking shows and felt the best thing to do was to bring him back. So again, it's all just negative doom and gloom. Maybe this is true. I'm sure that's one aspect of it. But I don't think they care, man. They let Punk go for like 10 years without them worrying about that. So Dave Meltzer just trashes Tony Khan here and says, in 2025, people blame major booking decisions on the writers. Hint, the writers don't make those decisions. Yeah, so we should blame the fucking booker, and especially when the booker says, I'm the booker, lead creative writer, CEO, and GM. Oh, wait, Dave, you won't do that,
best guy is Tony Khan.
That's why you're a dumb fuck, because you just stooged yourself and what you really think, okay? A Freudian slip where you're fucking a Freudian slip where you are, what's the word, chat? Where you are just, exactly. It should be on the bookers. Yep. So the bad booking, that's why Tony Khan can't be the booker of the year.
Idiot.
You just said it yourself because you're a dumbass, and that's why I will always roast you, Dave. And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Stooging his own friends, man, making him look bad. Hey, Dave, you said it right there, not me, dude. You said it right there. So when you try and lie the other week, well, Tony Khan's the best booker. Well, look at what's on the TV, bro. It's, good for me, not for the ass. Okay, guys, we did a long-ass show. It's been 4 hours. It's Saturday. I got to get out of here. The Oilers are losing 2-0. They need my good energies. They need Phil Marks to mark out while I'm watching. And I appreciate you guys. Oilers, time for another comeback. Yeah, we got to watch the comeback. Ospreay with 1,000 flips per second, and it would be 10 stars for real. The amount of 5-star matches he's given Ospreay in particular is just insane. Yeah, that's how you know it's fucked. He always says reportedly, but he's the one reporting it. Yep. Yep, that's how Helwani does it too sometimes, which people are calling him out for. Okay, I love you all. Hit like, hit subscribe, become a member. Check out my Patreon, over 100 videos there, okay? So check that shit out. You also get access to my member shows. I appreciate you all. Get in the Discord. Be good to each other. Drink lots of water. It's hot out there. Don't let your brain get all low on fluids like Dave Meltzer. And I bid you adieu. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down and Stranger Things. You can't come out fast enough, pal. We got Squid Game this month, though, so we're winning. Peace and love, chat. Thank you all for another amazing evening. And thank you, Hughezy. Follow him at the Hughezy for coming in for an hour tonight. And I bid you adieu. I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom!
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。
細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
姿